Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket.
It may be early days, but we've already got a top v bottom clash as Delhi Capitals take on the Sunrisers Hyderabad in Abu Dhabi. It's fair to say we don't have to hype this competition up anymore because the matches are doing that for us after Sunday's astonishing run feast between Rajasthan and Kings 11, followed straight by another super over special yesterday between RCBs and the Mumbai Indians. And we're only 10 games in. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I have been joined already by keen commentators just chomping at the bit to bring you this magnificent action. I have none other than the very excited Bear. Hello, Bear.
Oh, I'm so excited, Hendo.
He's
wouldn't
so
believe
excited. He's so excited. I've never seen the Bear quite this
Pointer
excited.
sisters. Very good.
And when you actually do get an excited Bear, it's a very worrying sight. And the other voice you may just have picked up behind the scenes there was none other than Tony the Bishop.
Hello, Hendo. Hello, Bear.
Hello, and I do
Afternoon.
believe that you have got toss and team news for us, Tony.
I most certainly do. Well, I can tell you that the toss was won by the Delhi Capitals, who, perhaps not entirely surprisingly, given evening dew and the fact that 57% of games played here are won by the chasing team, they've decided to bowl.
Really? That's a surprise.
So it's no great surprise. No, it's not.
No, absolutely not.
I can also tell you that Ishant Sharma's fit and he's going to replace Avesh Khan. So the Delhi 11 will be Prithvi Shaw, Shikhar Dhawan, Shreyas Iyer, captain of course, Shimron Hetmeyer, Rishabh Pant, wicketkeeper, Marcus Stoinis, good tournament for him so far, Axar Patel, Amit Mishra, Kagiso Rabada, who has been on absolutely outstanding IPL form and holds a couple of records at the moment. We'll talk about them as we go. Anurag Nortje, and indeed, as we just said, a welcome back to Ishant Sharma. The news for the Sunrisers is that Kane Williamson, world class, he may be, but he finally gets a look in. So they will be everybody's favourite pantomime villain, boo hissed David Warner, Johnny Bairstow, Kane Williamson at 3, Manish Pandey, Abdul Samad, Priyam Garg, Abhishek Sharma, Rashid Khan, Bhuvi the Beautiful Eyes Kumar, Khalil Ahmed, and T. Natarajan is the Sunrisers lineup, and it will be a wicket that has already been used once. There is some suspicion of cracks at one end. We need to keep an eye open for which end cracks.
Do cracks really mean much in a 40 over slogathon? I don't know that they do.
I'm sure they do. If one hits a crack and goes crazy one way or the other, or keeps low, it's a wicket ball, isn't it? And you don't get many of those as a bowler in this bloody game.
Well, I mean, it's going to have to be an enormous crack, isn't it, to do that? You don't normally get enormous cracks. The last time I saw an enormous crack, it was the bear leaning down to do something in front of me in the studio. But that's another story. Anyway, yes, let's look at those two teams. Delhi Capitals have got off to a great start. A couple of wins for them. Perhaps a little bit fortunate. They got through on the super over, didn't they, in the first game against
and the dubious short run that got them there. Remember, so
of course, yes, that's absolutely true. And then they had a pretty confident and what's the word I'm trying to find?
Complimentary?
Confident. I don't know. I can't find comfortable. Maybe it was comfortable. 44-run win over CSK. That's put them to the top of the table. There are two other teams on 4 points as well. But what do we make of the Sunrisers, really? I suspect, I saw an article talking about how they really need their middle order to fire. Well, yes, they do, because they had that terrible collapse in the first game, didn't they? From 121 for 2 to be 153 all out. So 8 for 32, which is absolutely astonishing in any form of the game. But I wonder, is it just down to the fact that at no time so far, we've only had 2 games, have Bairstow and Warner fired together. And now, if you look at their success from last year, there were several hundred partnerships between the two of them, or very high partnerships between the two of them, that got Sunrisers off to a great start. And I'm just wondering at the fact that either one of them has failed in these 2 games is what's holding them back, rather than their middle order. It's never easy to come in those last sort of 6 overs, is it? When you're chasing, you've got to get the pace of a pitch.
Well, no, I mean, I think they are slightly in danger of being this year's RCBs in a way, but you've got, power aplenty at the top with both Warner and Bairstow, who I think played together last year with some success, didn't they?
They did.
Were you actually listening to me? Hello, Tony. Were you just listening to me for the last 5 minutes? Because that's exactly what I've just said to you.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I've said to you.
But then I was going to come on and say, yes, you've then got Pandey, Samad, Garg. They are lacking. They're a little flabby in the middle.
They are a little flabby in the middle.
Problem.
They have brought this guy Abdul Samad into the team, and I'm looking forward to seeing him. They went and fetched him from the Kashmir border, I believe. They were looking for an Indian player that could be a finisher, and he was renowned for his hitting. And they've had to try and calm him down and show him that actually you can make runs over an extended period of time. You don't need to get out for 35, brilliant though that 35 may have been.
Well, if you're in the last 2 overs, getting out for 35 is pretty good, let's say,
Well, yes, I suppose that's true.
And that's what a finisher is there for. I mean, in this form of the game, the last often you see the last 3 or 4 overs. I mean, I remember I watched the first game, I think, of it, and we were commentating on it, and I was watching at home, and I think I went under 120, and there was like 3 overs and 4 balls left. And what's his name? Australian. I hate it when I forget people's names. Didn't do too well here in the T20s. I'll find him. And
an Australian who didn't do too well. Is that what we're looking for?
Stoinis. And Stoinis went absolutely crazy in the last 3 overs.
He did.
And he got like 45 in about 20 odd balls. And I got him to 140 in just 3 overs, and it looked like they were going to get 120. So you do need a finisher, and a guy who can come out and smash 35 off 12 balls is perfect.
Well, we had that in the last 2 games. Effectively, we had Pollard last night, didn't we? And Mumbai were well out of that with sort of 5 overs to go, and he just got his railway sleeper out and started banging it. And we had it the night before, didn't we? With an incredible knock. Was it Tawatia? Tawatia, is that how you pronounce
Yes.
his name? I'm not sure. I mean, he couldn't get the ball off the square, and then suddenly hit 5 sixes and 6 balls. Absolutely phenomenal. Anyway, we should jingle up the people involved, because the 2 Sunrisers batsmen are out there. And they're familiar names to Guerrilla Cricket listeners.
Oh, yes.
One of my favourite ever jingles for Guerrilla Cricket.
Of course.
He's quite good with a bat.
He's got a stick in the stars.
He's short and he's
He's
fat.
got a stick in the stars.
He's a bit of a twat.
Got a stick in the stars.
David Warner's got a stick in the stars.
Johnny Best is smarter than the average Besto. Johnny Best has been this good since daycare, so all put on your wigs and let the crimson hair flow. I want the Pope to give him his own large prayer. Oh, he can hit the 6s, although it's so dark. He'd even run a 10 at Bradford Park Avenue. No other Yorkshireman can compare. I tell you, Johnny Best is smarter than the average Besto.
And the bowler is... And I'm going to go and sink.
Sharma's gonna get you. Gonna look you right in the face. Better get yourself together, darling. Learn how to play pace. How in the world you gonna see? Netting against trundlers like me. Who in the hell do you think you are? A superstar? Well, right you are.
So it is the Delhi Capitals who won the toss and put the Sunrisers into bat. David Warner's going to face the first ball. Abu Dhabi is probably the most open of these stadiums, isn't it? Some of the others feel quite enclosed, as if they're a little bit of a bowl. But there's not much covering in this particular stadium. Ishant Sharma striding in. He's got a wide slip, and he bowls to Warner, who is tempted initially to go towards that, decides to leave it as being a little bit too wide. Through the keeper it goes. And we've been joined by anyone on Twitter so far?
We certainly have, Hendo. We are... Muttley has said Shreyas Iyer has called the right at the toss. Delhi Capitals will bowl because of the dew. Oy vey, I mean no woof. Backing Sunrisers this game, love and sausages. Brian Barish is also with us. Good morning from Philadelphia, the American cricket capital of the world, from 1872 through World War One.
Very true, very true.
There you go.
In comes Sharma again, right arm over the wicket, back of a length, and pushed into the offside. Poor piece of fielding there, out at cover. Is that the ever-growing Shimron there? I saw talk about Shimron Hetmeyer's girth the other day, that he hasn't spent his time in lockdown very well, and that wasn't a particularly good piece of fielding by him there. I mean, his hair looks good. He's got the blonde highlights on the top, but the fielding not really up to the standards of his West Indies teammate Nicholas Pooran. They've got 2 runs. The Sunrisers are underway, resplendent in orange. Here comes the blue-attired Ishant Sharma in, bowls, drives, goes off a thick outside edge. There's someone down there. There is, at a deep backward point. Just a single, bringing Johnny Bairstow down to face his first ball. And I think if these 2 can fire together, I think Sunrisers have got a good chance. But that's what I think they're lacking.
Well, they need these 2 to get going, don't they?
Well, yeah, but one of them isn't enough to get going. They need both of them to get going, I think. That's my theory,
well,
and I'm going to stick with it.
I'm going to jump in and say I haven't heard the beginning of that, but I heard the end of it, and I disagree with you entirely. In a T20, I think you need 1 batsman to make a big innings. That's it.
I don't know what you're saying, Bear, but I'm just purely going on what happened last year, and they had 3 or 4 really big partnerships that really got Sunrisers going. They haven't had that so far. One of them has failed in each of the games. I just think together they work brilliantly as a pairing, really. Anyway, so Bairstow is down. He's got 1 slip. He's got a man at sort of fly slip, and then 3 men round from cover, extra and mid-off, guarding the offside. And mid-on, and a man on the 45, also back at deep square leg. Bairstow pushes and will hair off down the other end. He'll get one as the ball is dived over at mid-on, and be able to come back for a second. And so Sunrisers move to 5 without loss.
Last time Ishant Sharma bowled in anger, I think I'm right in saying, was back in February, and he took a 5 for 68 against Kane Williamson's New Zealand.
There you go. Well, he may be a little bit rusty then, so we can't expect him to be up to pace immediately. This is his first game of the tournament as well. Nabi and Sahar were the men left out by Sunrisers. Williamson and Abdul Samad. I'm so looking forward to seeing him. I've read all the articles, and he's been really built up. He's only 18 as well. See how these two do. Into Bairstow, outside the off stump, and he's played a lovely drive on the up. Is it going to go all the way? No, well, scooped back by the fielder out there. Prithvi Shaw was it, and they've come through for a third, I believe, which has taken them to 8 for no wicket, with 1 ball remaining in the first over. Tweets.
Well, I was going to say Brian Barish finished his tweet by saying it's a steel ice span type day, misty, moisty morning here. Excited to spend another work day with the GC crew.
Misty in Philadelphia. Sounds like a I don't know, musical, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was trying to remember steel ice spans. It was all around my hat, wasn't it? All around my hat.
I don't know steel ice
yeah, for a 12-month and a day, of course, not to forget.
Yes, 12 months and a day.
Okay, thanks, Thomas. We'll get back to you.
Well, I'd rather you didn't, to be honest.
No, that's true. So the slip has come out now. We've got a ring of 4, although there's a gap between square cover and the man, fairly fine at short third man. In comes Ishant Sharma, bowls, driven by Warner without any great conviction or timing, and he'll pick up a single to mid-off. And at the end of the first over, bowled by Ishant Sharma, the Sunrisers, they'll be quite happy with that. There were no spectacular shots, but they've managed to get their way to 9 for no wicket.
They have indeed. Many people on Quick Tracker. Malabant Sekar Mazan Nayak, Nitin Ihu, Vijay Kumar Das, Hariom Yadav, Arun Joshi, Nitin Gupta, Uttam Kumar Prasad, and many others are joining us there. So a warm welcome indeed to you. Farong, evening all from Dhaka. What beckons tonight? Just when we think we've seen everything, the unexpected greets us. Cheers.
Well the thing
welcome
is,
indeed.
Do you think we've peaked a bit too early? I mean, because we've got another 47 games to go. If they keep getting better, I mean, what is going to happen? I mean, I can't imagine what's going to happen.
That Smaximum Fest yesterday was extraordinary by any standards. I mean, it was just incredible.
Yeah, well, I mean, but it is always on the cards when you've got someone like Pollard out there or Andre Russell, isn't it? Because they just take their enormous sleepers out there and they just start crashing it around. I mean, these guys miss time sixes that go for 95 metres. One that Pollard played yesterday, horribly mistimed over long on. Rabada into the attack, bowls first full on the line of leg stump, and it's pushed up to mid-on by Warner. Shall we jingle up the bowler, Bear?
Yeah, that's this man. Another cracking jingle.
What's his name?
He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killingest bowler. He can stink your oats like the Spanish Armada.
No one faster, no one harder.
What's his name? What's his name? Tell me, what's his name? KG.
Oh, now this is lofted by Warner over the top of mid-on. Again, not a totally convincing shot. It is going to dribble to the boundary. So the first 4 of the day.
1, 2, 3, 4.
How far in are these boundaries compared to normal? They're only about 65 yards, aren't they?
Yeah, they're not big. I mean, they're not as small as the ones at Sharjah. That seems to be the smallest ground. But once you get it over mid-off or mid-on, it doesn't seem to have an awfully long way to travel, does it?
No.
So the score moves on to 13 for no wicket. Warner settles down and waits for Rabada again. Right arm over the wicket. He punches this into the offside, straight to extra cover, where the captain fields, and there is no run.
Rabada has taken 2 wickets in each of his last 9 IPL games, which is a record.
Well, he took 3 in one of them, didn't he? Took 3. I mean,
Well, he did.
A minimum of 2 wickets in.
But yes, but the fact that he's gone those 9 games, never having taken less than
I know,
2
good,
wickets, is itself a record. It's extraordinary.
And you look at his economy rate as well; has been pretty good. I mean,
It has
28 and 26 from his 4 overs in the first 2 games. This is chopped into the offside. It won't get through, but they do hurry for the single. The throw came in from Stoinis, who was sort of basically sitting on his backside by the time he got rid of it. It wasn't the worst throw in the world. There was no one up by the stump, so no chance unless he hit direct. But did a pretty good job. Wasn't that far away. Johnny Bairstow was well in.
indeed. Brian Barish, by the way, has a very important question when you have a moment, Hendo. For you.
I always have a moment.
I will tell you what it is then. He says, since we're all together, can I now get an official opinion from Gorilla Hendo about tres leche cake, or tres leche cake, and cricket going together like peanut butter and jelly?
Well, in my mind, peanut butter and jelly is an abomination.
It's actually quite tasty. I thought it was an abomination.
Together like that, and then they don't really go together.
Well,
in comes Rabada, bowls to Best. So Best miscues this, trying to drive it to the offside. Didn't really move his feet. Dragged it to mid wicket, and there is no run. 14 for no wicket. 1 ball remaining in the second over.
Hendo, have you actually tried a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
I don't like peanut butter. I don't really like jelly. So putting the two together,
it's jelly, it's jam. It's basically strawberry jam, peanut butter, and actually the sweetness of the. I thought it'd be horrible, but the sweetness of the jam really goes with the saltiness of the peanut butter. It's actually quite good. I don't do it very often, but it's all right.
I'm not having it. Full toss, which has hit Bairstow right in the knackers. Not quite as painfully as you may have seen Aaron Finch get done when he inside edged it right into the Manly accoutrements yesterday afternoon. But that was actually on the full. That ought to have been more painful. He has gone down on his knees, but he's not.
That's not a no ball either, is it?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. No, it was a full toss. It was a high full toss, but it wasn't. It wasn't over waist height. And unless of course you got your Manly accoutrements pointing upwards.
Yeah, well,
in which
exactly.
case they could be. But why you would be that excited, I don't know.
really should have your mind on your batting.
You should. On with your tweets quickly.
Yes, fine, absolutely. So you've answered that question.
Well,
says, is Philadelphia the US capital of cricket because it's always sunny?
Ooh.
There you go.
Is it always sunny?
No, there's this program, isn't there, called Always Sunny in Philadelphia or something like that?
Brian will have to tell us the answer. Ravi Nair says, I want the DCs to crash and burn. I want them to enter the fires of hell without any asbestos. I want them to become a snail without a shell. Can you tell them I am not ambivalent about them? Well, Lord.
Tell us what is it about the DCs that bring out this side of you, Ravi? Hang on. Actually, I mean, you don't want asbestos mixed in with that anyway, do you? Asbestos is a pretty dangerous shit.
He wants them in the fire. He wants them in the fires of hell without asbestos, which of course is a retardant of flame. Therefore, he wants them consumed by flame with no retardant.
A retardant of flame, but it can give you really bad lung disease.
Yeah.
So, which way do you look at it? I don't know. Anyway, I think Johnny Bairstow, he's taking his helmet off, and that's, again, not a euphemism, to check everything is okay. He looks a little bit red in the face, as in red in the hair as well. But I think he's recovered, and we will be about to have the third over of the innings, which will be bowled by Ishant Sharma.
Are they coming around the wicket to Warner, by the way? I was
let's have a little look.
On the tweets. I'll tell you for why in a moment.
No, I don't think
that's interesting.
Well, I mean, he has bowled around the wicket to left-handers, doesn't need to try and angle it in and take it away, but when you haven't really got any slips, I'm not sure whether that's necessarily the best use. This is punched, again, without great timing by Warner. He's struggling a little bit with that. Up to mid-off, and there is no run.
My reason for asking is since the beginning of 2019, David Warner's average to bowlers around the wicket is 24, and it's 60.44 to bowlers bowling over the wicket to him. So I was rather thinking that Nortje and Rabada would be ideal to
since when
basically bodyline. Admittedly, since the beginning of 2019, but that's a whole year of cricket and some of this year. Remember?
Yeah,
so it's a fair bit of cricket.
but it's a different form of the game generally, isn't
true.
it? Onto the back foot goes Warner, punches, and then doesn't take the single. Actually hit that too hard.
And a large proportion of that will be Broad. If it's out in 2019,
absolutely.
and he had him on toast, didn't he? So
He did.
Yeah,
He did indeed.
You know, he can afford to. I mean, as long as he doesn't thin edge anything, he can afford to edge anyone who comes around the wicket to him in this tournament, because they rarely have slips in for more than a couple of balls. To be frank, Warner has 9, Bairstow has 5, 14 for no wicket. Ishant Sharma's into his second over. We look at the Sunrisers waiting to bat. In he comes, bowls down the leg side, slower ball which Warner has to wait for and then tuck away to deep square leg. They come through for a single. 15 for no wicket. The score should be, but they're very, very slow in getting the score up on the TV here.
they are. They're also not getting the. I'd like to see the pace of the ball, because sometimes you think, is that a slower ball, or is it just the wicket's really slow? And until you can see the pace of the ball, you can't tell.
I think it was a little cutter just on the line or just outside leg stump.
Well, that's what I thought exactly. But
yeah,
you want to see the
yeah.
pace anyway, you know.
Yeah, do they not? I think they do sometimes.
They
Whether
do
it
sometimes, but they
do it
should
all the time.
And they
Yeah.
put it over underneath the bloody DC versus SRI rather than where the fucking bowler is, which is what they do in English telly. I don't know. It's a bit confusing sometimes.
I'll tell you what the thing that annoys me most about
yes, please
this
do.
tournament in a minute, as Bairstow waits for Ishant, right armour to right hander. He's in, bowls him a straight one, he defends it back to Ishant, and there is no run. I hate the fact that they've worked out that the back top of the shirt is the best place to put advertising.
Yes.
Because when you want to know who a player is that you're not familiar with, you can't immediately see.
No.
And in fact, a lot of them just have where they have now put the name right down the bottom. It's often they're sort of wearing it outside the trousers, and it's a bit misshapen, and you can't tell at all.
No, I know. It is
Very,
irritating.
very irritating. But then this is what gets me about the commercial element of this tournament, is that everything has to give way to the commercial element. Ishant in, bowls outside the off stump, cut square by Johnny, down to Shaw, I think it is, backward point, and they come through for 1. So
Well,
they're not really raining boundaries at the moment, but I think it's been quite skillful bowling from the two Delhi Capitals men.
well, tell us the premise of the article in the Cricketer, which I couldn't read. I can only read that short PDF that got sent around. But yeah, it is like that, isn't it? I mean, everything is sold, and the thing is, they're so fucking hard ass about it as well over there. I mean, they're stamping on everybody. This whole thing about you can't use the acronyms and the letters, and you have to refer to it as the Indian T20 league if you're not in the tent, as it were, or got any sort of rights or permissions. It's really fucking stamped down over
Well,
there.
they're just trying to play with you, aren't they? They know that people are going to follow it, but they just, I don't know. It's just
Well, that's what I mean. It seems a
power,
bit-
it's a power thing for them, isn't it? They can take a run here as Warner cuts off the back foot. That is the end of the over. Just 3 runs from it. Very good from Ishant. He's bowled now 2 overs for 12 runs, and after 3, Sunrisers not really getting going. 17 for no wicket.
Yeah, but the thing
What
is
were you saying
about.
about
I was going to say, the thing is about that, Hendo, is that, yeah, so they know, and therefore it's petty.
Yes, exactly. I agree. There are many things not right with this tournament. There are a lot of things that are very good about it, but there are a lot of things that are really poor about it. And that is one of those things. I was reading last night about one of the former teams in the IPL, the Kochi Tuskers, was it? I think, who took part for about a year. And it was extraordinary, the number of investors that were involved and the arguments between the investors. And this is basically partly why it fell apart. Someone out there can give me more details, remind me of more details about that. At one point, it looked like one of the investors had sued the IPL for $70 million. But unfortunately, the Wikipedia article that I was looking at didn't then relay whether that had actually been paid out or not.
It's probably still in the Supreme Court, Hendo.
Well, it's
like
probably
everything
stuck
else
in there,
over
isn't
there.
it? Yeah, you're probably right, absolutely. Okay, Anik Nokia is going to come on to bowl. He's going to replace Rabada after 1 over. So 1 South African for another. And he is going to come round the wicket to Warner. And Warner drives, trying to make room for himself. Just doesn't quite look himself at the moment. Warner hits it straight to extra cover.
Let's have a little jingle.
Yep.
If your number one project is to have yourself a bride, I think I've got your number one guy. He was bought by a franchise when he was buying meat. It's Henrik Nokia.
Here he is into Warner short, swung away, but again, without that trademark timing and power from Warner, they'll just get a single to deep backward square. Yeah, I'm just reminded by Brian Barish that it's the Koshi Tuskas Kerala, and I believe reading about it was they originally wanted to call the team the Indie Commandos.
Genius. Hey.
And one or two people said maybe that's not the best idea. Which, that was quite entertaining, but there's some fantastic stories that have come and gone and been forgotten in this tournament over the years that it's been going. Here's Nokia over the wicket to Bairstow. Bairstow almost chops on, drags it down off his thigh, and between thigh and leg stump it goes. Wicketkeeper comes up to do the fielding, and they take one. So we've had, let's have a look at this, hang on, I think we've had 5 runs in about the last 12 balls. Really, maybe there's a lack of pace in this pitch.
Doesn't look quick.
It doesn't look quick. The bowlers are digging it into that pitch, which makes it difficult. Oh, he's very lucky to get away with that, was Bairstow. Although that said, he would have probably considered himself unlucky to get out that way. Anyway, he has survived. It brings Warner back down to face. 144 Ks, that last delivery. We are getting a little bit of detail. This one is tucked away as it's angled into the hip. They'll take a single as mid-wicket runs round to his right.
Sorry, what did you say that was?
144.
So that's 90 miles an hour. That didn't look 90 miles. This pitch is slow.
Slow.
Which means it's not going to be particularly high score.
On YouTube,
hello YouTube.
We are joined by Ibubesi Milopi, who says, "Hi gorillas, greetings from sunny Cape Town." He also said, "My friend Leon from nearby Kalk Bay is dying to hear you pronounce my name." Well, I tried. Ibubesi Milopi is how I tried to say it. Do let me know how I got on.
Send us
badly.
Bouncer from Nokia, which Bairstow just ducks under.
Send it phonetically, and we might get it. We're not the greatest with names, as to say. We do try, but yeah. Can I just say, today has been a fantastic jingle day so far.
It has, hasn't it? Also on YouTube, by the way, Madan Mohan Sharma saying, Hyderabad has a balanced team today. They will win. Okay.
I just saw Muttley talk. I'm sorry, I'm not interrupting your tweets flow, Tony, but I just saw that he's talking about Pune Warriors being another franchise that lasted only one season. There was also Nokia bowls, and this is heaved strong arms down the ground by Bairstow, but only to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, the Pune Warriors, and then of course when the Chennai Super Kings, was it Rajasthan, were
booted out for a while,
suspended for 2 years, we had the rising Pune Super Giants.
Yes.
Then decided the following year to call themselves not Super Giants, but the Super Giant.
Yeah, that's right.
The singular giant.
There is only one. There is only one.
giant.
This next tweet would only make sense if you knew that it's David Steele's birthday, the bank clerk who went to war. And Sanjay Gupta said, despite a description given by Tony Greig in his book Cricket, the game for men, Steel by name, Steel by nature, very apt. Happy birthday, fighter, says Sanjay Gupta. Jersey Oak says, Ishant, really? More like Ashit N. He's not that good. Well, we shall see. He hasn't batted for a while. Brian Barish says, funny how we were just talking about nut butter and now Bairstow is holding 2 pounds of it after that ball. That's a slightly aged tweet, and one, the mental image of which will stay with me, I fear, for a while. Muttley says, I'm with the bear on this one. Peanut butter and jam sandwiches are the nuts.
Well, I won't have it because people look at me askew when I have pineapple on my pizza, and I think that's
that's wrong, man.
No, you see, there we go. Anyway, change of bowling. Marcus Stoinis is into the attack, taking over from Ishant, and Warner tries to belt his fellow Australian out of the park and really totally mistimes it. It really just rolls up to mid-on, doesn't it? What's the matter with Warner? There's something wrong with him.
The pitch is
He's
too
not
slow.
going well, is he?
Should we have a jingle?
Yeah, okay.
All the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis. He's the solution, and all the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis, yeah.
Here he comes again, running into bowl to Warner. Warner just plays a good length ball towards mid-wicket, who comes off the edge of the circle to field. They take an easy one. Warner's got 14 from 17. Bairstow has 7 from 9. And the Sunrisers have made it to 21 for no wicket. We're 2 balls into the 5th over, my final over, before we have a change. And it hasn't really been that spectacular. I mean, having watched, without being able to commentate for the last 2 days, on some phenomenal cricket, of course I come back and I get this dull crap, don't I?
There'll be some hits.
Typical.
It'll speed up.
Well, I hope so. Let's have a look. We've got 4 men in the circle on the offside. One of those quite fine at third man, short third man. As Stoinis is in, bowls to Bairstow, who's trying to whip that across the line and drags it down into his pad. The ball runs out into the offside and there is no run. Really struggling, these batsmen, to get any sort of timing at the moment. It's quite odd. I mean, you would expect just by the law of averages they would have timed one by now. But they really
the last
haven't.
game out was pretty big scoring, wasn't it? 190 odd, I think, for both teams, wasn't it?
But was it this ground?
Yeah, I mean, Sharjah is tiny, isn't it? Here's Stoinis again into Bairstow. Bairstow comes down the wicket and basically smears this into the onside. Still doesn't get hold of it very well. And it goes to Shreyas Iyer at mid-wicket. They take another single.
Well, I've just gone under 161 and a half.
I think that's a good call, Bear. I think that's a good call.
Well, actually, I think it's 160 and a half. Yeah, this doesn't look easy.
No.
Ismail Tante on Cricket Tracker wants to know what things are going wrong with Sunrisers Hyderabad.
Well, as I say, I think these two need to give them with the start. They look to these two to give them the start. They had that a lot of the time in last year's tournament. And maybe there's just a little lack of confidence lower down. In comes Stoinis, full ball, driven inside out. Straight to Shreyas Iyer. He throws at the non-striker's end. Warner, as ever, hurls himself into the dive and skids through. That said, even if it had been a direct hit, I think he would have been just about all right. I mean, let's look at the last 3 overs. We've had nothing more than singles for the last 3 overs. It's quite extraordinary. And a worry, I suppose, if the pitch is this slow, this early in the tournament, it would have been close actually. If it had been a direct hit. And we suspect that the more you play on the same pitch, the slower and lower it gets. This could be worrying for the longer term future of this tournament. Anyway.
Well, we did say that right at the beginning of the tournament, didn't we?
We did, absolutely. 23 for no wicket. Stoinis into Bairstow. Bairstow tries to pull that. Big appeal for LBW. Think it was too high. And they'll trot through for the leg by. That is the end of the over after 5 overs. 5 overs. Hang on. Are they about to review this? Shreyas Iyer is saying, yes, I am going to review that. So we're going to have to have a little look at that before we have our next bunch of commentators. I believe Fred should be waiting in the wing somewhere and be ready to take up the mic. But for
always,
we're going to have a review.
Oh, am I supposed to play a jingle? Sorry, I've
Yeah, it was the sort of setup.
well, it was a bowler's review, wasn't it?
That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
Actually,
that
his
was
back
pretty
pad
out.
is quite high, but he hasn't really. He's right back on his stumps. I don't know. There's no ultra edge on that, so he hasn't edged it. It's only height that's going to save him. The direction looks perfectly fine. Usually these are going over, but I'm not 100% convinced about this one. Bairstow could be in a little bit of trouble here. No, it's umpire's call, so he's got away with that. If he'd given it, he would have been on his way. But as it is, Johnny Bairstow survives. And I, at the end of that over, hand over to none other than Fred.
I shall leave you as well. Let Nestlers manage some tweets.
Okay.
All right, hello everybody. Hello, Nestlers. Hello. Hello, Hendo. Hello, Tony.
Hello. It's like that. Just like the beginning of The Meaning of Life, the fish, isn't it? In the tank saying, "Morning, morning, morning."
Yeah, a very up-to-date reference there for a film from 1979 from Hendo. That's about as modern as he gets.
I was in my teenage years. What can I say? What can I say?
Too busy playing cricket.
Yes.
I think we might have a change of bowling. I have no idea who bowled the last over from that end. I'm not even certain who's playing this game, but Nortje is bowling. I think he did bowl the last over.
He did.
He's bowling for DC against SRH, which is, I think is the Derbyshire Coyotes against the supergiant Rising of Hampshire. Is that correct?
What? Sorry.
No?
I'm
No?
already no.
Anyway, 24 for no wicket off 5 overs, and Bairstow will be facing this quickish ball from Nortje, who has went for 3 off his first over. And Bairstow has 8 runs from 12 balls, which I'm led to believe is shocking.
Well,
in the power
when you
play.
consider that someone hit 30 from 5 balls the other day, I suppose it's all relative.
It is all relative. We're in, this game is being played in Abu Dhabi, in front of a spaceship. Well, it looks like a spaceship has crashed into the end behind the keeper, as Nortje is right arm over the wicket to Bairstow, who tries to heave him over mid-on, doesn't quite get to it, but it falls, it either bounced just in front of mid-on, diving in from the edge of the circle, or he got there and put it down. Judging by the hands on heads, I think he did put it down, so Bairstow has a life and also a single.
I think this this kind of sums up this pitch, doesn't it? That we thought he was trying to lift over the mid-on, and actually almost dropped short of him. Yeah, it was technically catchable, but very, very difficult.
Yeah, he did take a bit of a strange route to it, did he? No, he didn't. I think he I was being a bit unfair to them, but he ran a straight line from where he was to where the ball was going to land. The next ball is cut by the left-handed Warner out to deep point for a single. So 2 singles off the first ball of the first 2 balls off this over, 26 for no wicket. And carry on, Hendo.
Yeah, I was going to say interesting to see how many singles now we've had, or when was the last scoring shot that was more than a single. I think it's about 3 overs now. It's extraordinary.
Well, you're the summariser. You're supposed to be checking these details.
Well, I am checking it. I mean, but I'm looking across the bottom of the screen, and there's a lot of dots and ones.
Nortje bowls again, and Bairstow tries to lift it into the leg side, but misses the ball. It comes off his 5 pad into the offside. They come through for a leg by. I don't think there's any bat in that. And I see they run the other way.
Yes, that's right. They're going.
The numbers on the screen compared to what we used to.
Right to left. Yes.
Okay. So 1 leg by. So we've had 3 singles and a leg. No, 2 singles and a leg by off the 3 balls of this over. 27 for no wicket. The left-hander is on strike. David Warner, the man we all hate to hate. Oh, we love to hate. He's lifted this over extra cover. There is nobody out there. It didn't matter anyway because it's cleared the boundary by about 5 yards. That's 6 runs to Warner. Hello, Nestlers. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Enjoying the Alps?
Yeah, but Antarctica I'm at the moment. It's chilly.
I always get my mountains wrong. But at least we can see your full visage as opposed to Hendo, who we just see sort of.
Oh yeah, sorry,
from his chin upwards. Oh no, actually put it back. It was better when we couldn't see.
He's been slovenly.
I hadn't realised. I had tried to sit upright, but over time.
Yeah. What do you think of that spaceship collapsing into the stand behind the keeper? As the next ball is shorter. Tries to paddle it round the corner, does Warner, but it goes off an outside edge or off his 5 pad. I think it was too quick to be just a 5 pad. He must have got some bat on it and goes down very fine to third man for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Well, he tried to paddle that.
I think that's another example of how slow the pitch is, and he was well through the shot, which is why he got the outside edge. It was angled into him. He was trying to play that into the onside with that angle. I mean, he's edged it onto his thigh.
Yeah, and it went pretty quickly.
It did.
As Nortje bowls again, this is a slower ball than Fuller, and it's just turned to mid-wicket. They do take a single, and there is a shy, but the stumps were missed. A more successful over that one for the Sunrisers, the Risers of Sun. At the end of the over, let's get some tweets from Nestlers.
Indeed. Pirate Badshar says, I think in terms of priority, your lungs wouldn't be at the top if you were contending with the fires of the underworld.
Okay, yeah, that's a fair point. I'll go along with that.
Leia says, peanut butter and jelly, disgusting. If you would excuse me now, there's a liverwurst and blue cheese pizza that requires my attention. Now that's heresy. I'll go for pepperoni and that's it. I'm a bit of a traditionalist when it comes to pizza. Ravinair says they're deli, which is bad enough to damn them for all eternity, but I also happen to be Bombay, so the hatred is visceral.
I didn't realise there was a huge kind of rivalry between Delhi and Mumbai. It's a bit is it a bit like Madrid and Barcelona?
Am I right in thinking there was another team in this competition with the initials DC? The Deccan Chargers.
Yes, that's right. It's a while ago now. Yes, the Deccan Chargers.
I thought Washington were playing today when I saw it earlier.
Hey,
well, that's a bit unusual.
Well, I thought it was maybe it was to celebrate the debate tonight.
Oh God, no! Please don't take me there.
The game will have to be very quiet for us to start discussing that. We're going to change your bowling, and the Bear's back in his seat, so we'll get the jingle after this ball. It's right arm over the wicket from the mystery bowler who bowls to Warner. He plays it up to long off for a single. Let's jingle him up. He can't find him.
I thought that was the jingle.
Well, I'll tell you, it's Amit Mishra, who's been around for many years. Leg break bowler.
With Hardjan and Kumble about, a new leg spinner emerged. Amit Mishra, and his mama cries. 'Cause if there's one thing that she don't need, it's an unemployed mouth to feed. Amit Mishra.
Well, Mishra is about a yard away from the crease before Bairstow dives away and calling time in the baseball idiom. He was granted it, the bowler didn't bowl, so nothing's happened for the last 10 seconds. Don't know what was bothering Bairstow, but he's back on strike now as Mishra bowls, and this is lapped round the corner by Bairstow. He's got it fine. Is there a deep... Well, the man has to come around from long leg. He's got a long way to go. So it's an easy 2 for the red-headed England former wicket-keeper batsman.
I suppose he is former, isn't he? As a test match player at the moment. Amit Mishra now just coming up to 38. He's been around for a long time. 38 in a couple of months' time.
Around 38 years he's been around for.
I suppose he has, yes. Around about 38.
Mishra in again, and this is heaved by Bairstow. He's got this flat. Has he got it in? Oh, he's got enough of it. It just clears the fence at wide long on for 6 runs. That's an absolute no by Bairstow. He just tried to slog it towards Cow. It was a straight cow, as cows go, and it was pretty flat, but it did clear the boundary.
I don't think we're going to see too much quality stroke play today.
The next ball is Bairstow comes down the wicket and then just plays this gently into the leg side, takes a single. He has a little grin at the end of it. That was tossed up. No, the previous one was tossed up. That went for 6. This one was a little bit flatter.
It was a real mo, wasn't it? It was.
Yeah.
I can't get this off the square. I'm just going to have to slap it. And
I think batsmen should be doing that every ball in this competition, especially when you. Well, there are no wickets down. They're in the 7th over. Why not?
Yes.
We're looking at the field. A man is going to the edge of the circle on the 45 for the left-handed Warner. You can't see where the deep fielders are as Mishra bowls to Warner. He just drops us into the leg side. There's no mid-wicket. And they've taken 1. They come back for 2. Bear will be absolutely delighted, especially since he's gone below on the team score. They could take 2 there every single ball.
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, you talk about these guys playing for these teams, and yesterday Aaron Finch, I think he's played for 8 of the franchises that have been named.
Popular guy.
Points. Absolutely. Yeah, it depends which way you look at it. They either all want them in his team, or none of them want them in their team.
They all want them in the team for 1 year, and then say no. The 50 is up with 1 ball left of the 7th over.
All I'll say to that is ka-ching.
Well, it could be that. It could well be that.
Really? Could be.
It could well be. Yeah,
I think he just wants to see as much of the country as he can. As Mishra bowls outside the leg stump, Warner drops it into the leg side again. They've taken 1. Again, they're going to come back for 2. The Bear would be pulling his hair out if he had much hair. He does have quite a lot of hair. 2 more to Bairstow, no, to Warner rather. That's 52 for no wicket at the end of the 7th over. A strategic timeout, and that means let's hear from Nestlers.
Jeff Perkins says, is it all that being hit in the box causing players to be misshapen in the trouser reason?
If you've never been hit in the box, I mean, you have to be hit in the box to know what it's like, and it's truly miserable.
It's a shocking thing.
It is a shocking thing. I mean, it literally is. It's like having an electric current go through your body that you weren't expecting, I suppose.
Especially if you sort of go out and you forget to wear one, or there is only a communal box and you say nah.
Well, I think I was just saying. I've told you.
Never use the communal box.
Yeah,
there's always that stray hair in it. Brian Barish says Kochi Tuskers Kerala.
Kerala, yeah, that was the one. That's the one.
Yeah.
That was the team that we talked about earlier. Yes, who had all the sort of internal problems with their various investors. Yeah.
Yeah, Messi Jez has joined us.
Yes,
Evening all.
Hello.
Who got out of bed the wrong side today? Prolonged but low-level ranting from Hendo and the Bear is so much better than the KP shit I had to endure yesterday. I tuned in for the Super Over. My God, KP has got to be the worst commentator on planet Earth.
Oh, he wouldn't stop, would he? Yesterday, I mean, I was working while also watching it, and he just went on. It was terrible about who they should send in for the Super Over and why they hadn't done that. Why they hadn't. Who was it who got the runs yesterday? Ishan Kishan, who got 99. Why they hadn't sent him back out again, because he's already just been out there and playing really well. It was a fair point, but he just wouldn't stop. He just kept going on about it, didn't he?
He just talks crap. Liam says the shoulder injuries robbed Warner of his power. He's not the power player of his younger self. And Jen Rowe is with us, chasing Willow. Hey, lovely people, how does the evening find you? It hasn't found us yet because it's still afternoon technically here.
That's true. That's true.
Making a decent point, but going on and on and on. So was Gary Naylor contemplating on the Sky yesterday?
Can you imagine? Actually, that would be. We put the two of them into a box and leave them for, I don't know, to marinate for about 4 hours. I think that'd be quite fun. See which one of them kills the other first.
Ravi Nair says Delhi is the political capital while Bombay is the financial and film capital of India. Bombayites think of Delhi Wallahs as mannerless vulgarians, with justification. Given the sizes of the cities, you have nearly 50 million people's worth of antipathy.
Well, I have to say, the mannerless vulgarians would be an excellent name for an IPL team.
It would.
Something they should consider.
What would you? Yeah, go on.
The good news is the strategic ad break has ended.
He says hello, everyone.
Who's that?
Warren.
Hello, Warren. Good to hear
I think
from you.
Warren's a hot micer. Dinesh is on hot mic.
Yep.
He says hi. And asks who do you think will win the game. It's very difficult to read these chats on my phone.
I'd love to answer that, but I'm still not actually totally certain who's playing. Anyway, that was the strategic timeout, and we've now got the have a look at the sponsored car for 10 seconds for no apparent reason, even though the timeout ended about 30 seconds ago.
Fred, it's Washington DC versus Shura.
Yeah. We've got Stoinis back into the attack, and he'll be bowling to Bairstow, I believe. Yeah, it's 52 for no wicket off 7 overs. Stoinis' first over went for 3, which is pretty damn good. I think we should call 3 runs or less a maiden in this competition.
Yes. So we should, instead of dot balls, we should have under 3 balls as well.
Yeah. I don't know. You can make stuff up. Everyone
Another
loves stuff.
stat.
Stoinis, right arm over the wicket to Bairstow. He tucks us into the leg side. Guess what? There isn't a mid wicket, so they're going to take 2 easy runs. Bear, let us know what you think about this situation. Has he found a mic? No, he's going for jingle.
Just fuck off!
That's what he thinks.
And he didn't even have to say it. So 54 for no wicket off 7.1 overs. If they carry on at this rate, they'll get to 151. Whether that's good or not, who knows?
Well, when I was watching yesterday's and Sunday's explosion of runs, I was saying to Tony on email that we'll get back today and it'll be 130 plays 111 or something like that. Not that couldn't be a good game. It could be a decent game, I suppose.
I quite like that stand.
I do. It's good, isn't it? It's huge.
It looks like a spaceship has landed wrongly at the wrong angle and has hit a building. As Bairstow plays a cricket shot at this, actually. It's an off drive up to a long off. He didn't move his feet, but he gets a single nonetheless, because you don't get marks for aesthetics.
You don't, indeed.
These two are busy, aren't they?
Oh, is that Trevor Bayliss?
Yes.
Is he on the gravy train as well?
So's Ponting's
Well,
here, isn't he?
Ponting's the Capitals, isn't he? Capitals
Yeah, I think so.
coach, I think. Yeah. It's Ricky Ponting with Trevor Bayliss.
Money for old rope. How do you don't need to coach this
Are there
lot, do
any?
you?
Are there any Indian coaches, or are they all foreigners? I wonder. As the next ball is cut square on the offside, there is a sweeper at deep point, so it's just a single to Warner, 56 for no wicket.
Do we know what a coach gets paid?
I personally don't know.
They should have an auction. I'll give you.
I'm shocked they
What's
don't.
the smallest bit of currency in India for Ashley Giles? You know, a cent. I don't know. What? How many? What? There must be some things that go into a rupee.
Oh, I don't know what goes into a rupee. I think isn't rupee the smallest currency in India? Perhaps someone can tell us about that.
We know so little. We revel in our ignorance. Stoinis to Bairstow. And he's tucked this to mid-wicket. Why change the habit of a lifetime? They've taken one. Are they going to come back for two? Yeah, they do, and they make it easily. So, they've hit on a good thing, and nothing short of actually putting in a mid-wicket is going to change this. They're just going to keep taking two a ball. 58 for no wicket off 7.4.
Well,
The rupee is subdivided into 100 pace.
Okay.
Pacer?
Okay.
Well, I'll give one of those for Ashley Giles. And I'll throw in an orange as well.
Oh, they're going to throw in a wheelie bin. Maybe not.
58 for none. In comes Stoinis again, and Bairstow tries he cuts this straight over the bowler's head. I'm not quite sure how, but he made a lot of room for himself, and then it looked like he was going over extra cover, but got it wrong. It's gone over the bowler's head, down to long on for a single.
I have to say, actually, watching this is quite a hard watch. This, isn't it? There's been barely a decent cricket shot played. It's a very slow. They're having to do a lot of running, which isn't a bad thing. But we've got very few boundaries. I think we've had maybe 3 boundaries, including a 6, something like that.
There's the boring middle overs, hasn't there?
Well, it's been the boring middle overs from the beginning, really, though. They didn't make the most of the power play, did they?
Nestlers, do you remember the Out of the Blue album by ELO in 1977?
Yes.
Do you remember the front cover?
Yes. Yeah.
That reminds me of the Abu Dhabi Stadium, somewhat. Look it up, youngsters. There's Stoinis bowls, and it's a dot ball. I didn't see how that sort of got big on Warner, but he's played it towards extra cover, where it's fielded. The end of the 8th over, 59 for none. Do we have any tweets?
Leia says Benchot Bangalaru would be an excellent name for an IPL team made up of Delhiites based in Bangalore. Jeff Perkins says maybe it will settle things once and for all if they had DC play AC. Brian Barish says most teams in North American sport at least are abbreviated by 3 letters of the team's city name: PHL, MTL, CHI, etc. The only teams that don't are teams that share their city with another team. Yankee and Mets, and the Columbus Blue Jackets, and the Vegas Golden Knights. Wow.
Right.
The Vegas Golden Knights.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that like the St. Petersburg White Knights? It's the same sort of thing, isn't it? Oh,
Who
is
are
it
they?
Knights with a K? Well, no, they have these very light Knights in St. Petersburg because it's very, very high latitude or longitude. Yeah, one of them is quite high, so that's why they have midnight. They're called White Knights. And did not know that. That's an astronomical feature rather than a sports team. The 9th over is going to be bowled by Ishant. His previous 2 overs went for 12, and he'll be bowling to Johnny Bairstow. Let's see what he can muster as he bowls right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Bairstow, well down the leg side, the easiest and most obvious wide.
We've been joined on YouTube by Madan Mohan Sharma. Says Hyderabad has a balanced team today, they will win. Clear Deal says Indian T20 League. Ever heard of something called the Indian Premier League?
Well, yes.
No.
This was our point.
We're not allowed to say it.
We're not allowed to. Well, you know, the
We
BCCI
can
would
say
have you
anything.
not. Well, we can, yeah. But the BCCI do not like anyone saying it's the IPL. I mean, it's so ridiculous because it's like you're actually cutting your own knowledge of your own branding as well, aren't you?
Well, it's called the IPL, isn't it?
Well, yes.
Ishant again on the leg stump of Bairstow. He's turned this past the man at short fine leg, but deep backwards square comes round the field. They've taken one, they've taken two. Bairstow thinks of a third. There isn't one there. So 62 for no wicket. Bairstow now has 26 and 22. Warner at the other end, 33 from 27.
Yes, and the chap from Cape Town earlier was impressed by Tony's pronunciation of his name.
Blimey, that's never happened before.
That's a first. Leia says Kings 11 Punjab have Anil Kumble as head coach. He's the only Indian head coach in the tournament, I believe, with Mahela Jawardena being the only other head coach from the subcontinent.
Right.
Ishant Sharma in again. What's Bairstow going to do now?
Oh.
He's going to watch the ball go well past his leg stump. It's a slower ball, but it's still one in the book for a wide. No, not going to bother.
Wide.
I think the Bear's checking his bets. He's a bit annoyed about this whole mid-wicket business, and he suddenly thinks they're going to get 200. The question they're asking is, where should Manish Pandey bat for SRH this season? 3, 4 or 5? This is the big IPL20.com question. I personally don't have an opinion. I changed the end of that sentence. As Ishant in again to young Johnny Bairstow. Full ball, and it's driven up to wide long off for a single. That was nearly a cricket shot. And
Yeah, that
happy now?
was much more, it was more pleasant, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, he didn't try to overhit it, and I think that's the trouble. They're taking pace off the ball the whole time because they realise it's a slow pitch anyway, and the batsmen are just having to be really patient to wait for the ball to come to them.
Well, why not slog at every ball?
Well, yeah, fair enough. I mean, yeah, if you're a good slogger, but I mean, slog suggests that you're not necessarily going to time it, doesn't it? So if you go for the big slog and you just get caught at mid-wicket or caught at mid-on, it's not such a good look, is it?
No, it's not, but it's a team game. You shouldn't be worried about your own wicket. You should be trying to maximise your runs for your team at this point, as Ishant bowls to Warner, who does try and slog. He's hit that straight back over the bowler's head. Has it gone far enough? I think it just cleared the boundary. 6 runs. That's right, Warner. Have a slog. I mean, it was a pretty clean hit. It was a fullish ball. He just went through with the arms. He caught it a little bit. Perhaps the bat's twisted slightly in his hand as he played it, but he got it cleanly enough. Pretty flat. Could almost have been a smaximum.
Almost.
Oh, the scoreboard is making terrible puns, which I will not encourage them by repeating. 70 for no wicket halfway through the 9th over. Ishant in again to the left-handed Warner. Bowls and... Oh, he's cut this down right near his own stumps. It bounces about... Well, did it bounce towards leg stump? And they do scamper through for a single. A lot happened there. He sort of changed his mind on the shot. It hit a bottom edge, went down close to what I thought was leg stump, but ended up somehow at the edge of the crease. Anyway, a single to Warner.
And suddenly Warner's on 40.
Yeah, it's not been an attractive 40, has it? You do wonder how he's got there, but
he's not an attractive man.
He's not. No, but he can be an attractive batsman at times. Very much so. Very good.
I'm sure even his wife, if pressed, he's probably got a very good-looking wife. Most high-earning sportsmen do. But I don't know if she would be attracted by that face, and especially by that moustache.
Well,
71 for no wicket. Again, the oddity of seeing these games played in front of empty stadiums, as the next ball is cut down to third man by Bairstow, just for a single.
Well, I've got been watching the French Open, and it's very strange. Got about 1,000 people in there, and they've got a roof now, so they're playing night games.
Yeah, and I also noticed yesterday there seemed to be more Mumbai Indian supporters in yesterday. I mean, I don't know where they came
Roland
from.
Garros?
Not at Roland Garros here. Fool. Yeah, I just wondered whether they should have been there or whether they just snuck in somehow. They can't have. They can't have security.
You should dob them into the authorities, Hendo. You know how much you'd love to.
No, I won't.
you have all the makings of a COVID marshal. We've got a long off, a long on, and a long leg are the boundary fielders to Warner. This is a full toss outside the off stump. He's cut it square, but straight to the man at deep point. So just 1 to Warner, 41 to him, 73 for no wicket. The end of the 9th over. Nestlers, read some messages, please.
Well, Brian Barish tells us that the Vegas Golden Knights are the newest National Hockey League team. The guy who owns the team went to the US Military Academy, whose nickname is the Black Knights, but the Army threatened to sue him if they did, if he used the name, I guess. And Ravi
Is there much ice in Las Vegas?
Yeah, indoors.
It doesn't seem like a particularly, ice-laden place. It doesn't like they'd have a long history of playing ice hockey in Las Vegas.
There's lots of swimming pools there, I know that. Ravi tells us that the Indian currency that we what's it called, the Paisa is virtually redundant. The rupee coin.
So's Ashley Giles, to be fair.
Yeah. Brits and Grats is with us. The 4 seasons represented today. Nestlers in winter. Hendo with autumnal ochres behind him. Not Fred as ever. The epitome of summer with a spring in his step.
Amit Mishra.
I can't tell if he's being serious. I somehow think. Well, you can change your background with a flick of the keyboard, can't you, Nestlers? You could be somewhere in the Sahara if you wanted to be. Anyway, who's coming back? Mishra. His first over went for 14. With his suspiciously dark hair, he looks a little bit like a newsagent somewhere in West London. But he'll be bowling to Warner, who reverses and gets this fine of the man. Is that got enough to run away to the boundary? I think it has, and it does. And he went for the reverse. The ball was on about, well, it was just outside his off stump, and he got it very fine. I think he timed it well enough, and it ran away. Not all that quickly, but enough to defeat the man running back from the edge of the circle.
I was a little bit worried about the man chasing that, because there was the moving camera, wasn't there, at ground level, which he could have easily toppled into.
Oh, and this time he doesn't play the reverse when it possibly was on, and he tries to mow this one straight. It goes past the outside edge. I thought for a brief second he might have gone out of his crease, but the keeper did take the bails off, and there was not even the remotest appeal.
Amit Mishra, of course, the man who's got 3 IPL hat-tricks. But
good for him.
Yeah, not showing it particularly today.
He's got a dark blue flannel in the back of his back. Out comes reverse again. He's edged that into the keeper's hands, and that's got to be out. They're appealing. I'm pretty sure he's edged that, and they are going for the review. Well, it looked like a straightforward top edge to me into the keeper's gloves. What is the third umpire going to say?
Well, Warner's grinning about it.
It's hard to tell if it's a grin or a grimace with Warner, isn't it?
Well, that's true. That's true. Well, he's taken off everything, so I suggest I think he knows he's going to be on his way. He's taking
just
his helmet
walk.
off.
Save the flipping
He's taking
time.
his gloves off. Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? Oh, it's glove. A definite glove.
Yeah, looks like a glove. Just walk off the pitch, you Australian wanker.
That's done great things for us, our audiences down under. Thanks, Fred.
Honestly, I mean, seriously, I know they don't like walking and everything, but you're just wasting time in the era of TV replays, aren't you?
It does seem an odd thing, to not walk, having been given not out. Maybe you're embarrassed to walk after you've been given not out. I don't know. It's weird. Surely it's going to be out.
Maybe he didn't feel it.
Well, I mean, it is a very, very thin glove. You have to say that. But I still think
it's sort of going behind him when he hit it.
Well, we haven't had a decision yet, so maybe there is some doubt. There didn't look to be much.
I mean, Ricky Ponting sitting there. There's going to be nothing showing on this. No, there it is. There it is.
There it is.
Very, very slight.
Ultra edge shows a little nick. I honestly, in real time, I thought I saw a diversion, but
that's why I didn't walk.
It would have been quite difficult to do. Anyway, the decision is going to be the not-out decision is going to be reversed. Umpire, the camera's on you. Change your decision. Does a Joel Wilson, sticks his finger up, and that is the end of David Warner. He's not going.
He was acting just like Donald Trump will be on November the 3rd, wouldn't he?
There was great reluctance to leave, even though I'm wondering if it hit the pad after the glove.
It is. I would say it's a thin enough glove for it perhaps not to have registered with him. But I mean, some of these gloves are incredibly thick.
Some of these batsmen are incredibly thick as well, to be fair.
That's it as well. There's no way he was going to get away with it, really, if he did.
Anyway, it was a pretty good take by Pant behind the stumps. He was in the right position. He took it cleanly. That's the end of Burstow. We'll have a jingle for the new batsman. Eventually.
Here comes Manish Pandy in Manish Pandy land.
Well, Pandy has come out to the wicket, and Glory B is not wearing a helmet. He's wearing an orange cap, which somewhat takes the edge off the fact that he's not wearing a helmet. But nonetheless, he'll be facing up to Mishra, who has 3 balls left of this over, which will take us to the halfway stage in the innings. 77 for 1 off 9.3 overs. Bairstow 28 off 24, which doesn't quite cut it as an IPL opener, or at least in this inning. As Mishra bowls to Pandey, who drives and possibly went past the bowler on the full as he dived to his right, didn't get a hand to it, goes up to long on for a single. I think if you were being incredibly cruel, you would say that might have been a chance.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, Pandy's been in pretty decent form in this tournament so far. I think he's got a 30 odd and a 34 and a 50. So he is one of the batsmen who has fired, if that's what you want to call it. I mean, it's not actually taken anyone apart. But we know the question of the day is, where should he bat? Well, he's batting at 3 again today.
Bairstow faces up to Mishra, who just waits in his crease and drops this down into the leg side. Pant comes from behind the wicket to field. A dot ball. 1 ball left of this 10th over of the innings. It's been a successful over from Mishra so far. He got the wicket of Warner, caught behind reverse sweeping. I'm wondering if it did hit the pad after the glove, then you can find some excuse for Warner hanging around. As this is cut sweetly between the 2 men at third man and point, and down to the untenanted backward point boundary for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
And that's 10 overs complete. I think Hendo's going to be waving goodbye for a moment. Tony will be coming back in.
I'll just read some quick tracker messages.
Why not?
AJ's Hissam Pierce says hello. First 6. Cyan Jana says mother's holiday, so happy birthday to your mother if that's the case. Mohammed Chan says yay, and So Effing Cray says today DC will win. Open challenge.
No. Oh, sorry, Bear. It's not Tony. It's the Bear.
It's
you
me.
Lucky people.
It's me, you, and Nestlers. I was going to say 3 most unqualified people to probably do this tournament in the world, eh? When it comes to knowledge, but it's all right. We can describe the cricket, and that's what we're here to do. Axar is going to come on to bowl. Getting around these bloody jingle carts is tricky.
Have you not put them into an IPL kind of folder?
Yeah.
And as sweet as a slice of Battenberg. Extra, because if he can score runs, then it's just been.
Oh, I like that. That's quite cool. Even though I don't really like Smiths. And the first ball is just played straight out to cover, and there ain't no run. What was your question? No, they are, but it's just because I'm not familiar with the teams and the names. Scanning them is a bit harder. That is played up to long off for a single off the back.
Also, you're drunk by this time of the afternoon.
No, I'm not. I've only had 1 small beer so far, Fred. I've been trying to rein all this in and lose weight. We're all going to die of COVID otherwise, so I might as well get rid of some weight. Gives me a better chance of surviving.
Welcome to Gorilla Cricket, your happy hour.
Yeah. Society is about to fall apart. It's all great, man. Don't worry. You got cricket. That's down a leg side. It's given us a wide. There's hands on heads, but in this day and age, you can't bowl down there unless you hit a pad, in which case you're all right. Axar around the wicket, slingy round arm action, and it's played cross-batted horribly. And the fact that there's they didn't get two that time. Freddie hit it too hard. I can't believe this bullshit with no mid wicket and the amount of runs. I don't care. You know, you've got to have someone in there. It's ridiculous. Even if they're on the end of the 30-yard circle and you're giving the single if they hit it to them, you can't be giving away two for a little bat into the fucking infield. That one's played out, trying to get it past cover, but he managed to dive and cut it off. And one more run, 86 for 1 after 10.4 overs. Pandy's on 3 or 4. Bairstow's 33 off 27. Warner the bastard didn't walk after clear. Massive. There was no pad involved in that at all, Fred, mate. That was just glove
I
straight
thought away
glove.
that it was out, but he didn't.
That's a horrible hoik. It's a horrible hoik that's got 4. That's a disgusting shot. I mean, he's just sort of taken one step outside leg stump and just hoiked his bat through, managed to just about clear the infield. And with not great timing, it's managed to run away and beat the two fielders in the outfield on a pretty short boundary. It's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And I think the bowler feels that way too.
Well, it's pretty ugly, isn't it?
It is very ugly. It's such a batsman's game. This is horrible. Oh look, there's no mid wicket and it's played out, and they're only going to get 1 this time. They're a bit smarter to it on the outfield. He gets in quick enough to stop them come back for 2. None for 9 off his first over. Axar, I think my under 160 is looking in trouble. 91 for 1, but it's not a particularly quick wicket. It's not easy to score. There haven't been that many boundaries, have they? I mean, they've literally let them run the runs.
Singh is listening to our commentary, laughing and working. Cheers, lads.
Good. Oh, look, Dave Brooke on Hot Mic says, hello, Bear. Hello.
Hello,
and
Dave.
he's loving your work, not Fred Hendo Nestlers. Out of the blue, he's here to see us.
Jen Rose says, for the saddest of reasons, I have an excess of patience and affection for ginger folk, but even still, whose genius idea was it to give a contract to Johnny Bairstow?
Well, with an orange cap, you mean?
He's pretty effective in this form of the game, I have to say. That's a decent ball by Mishra. It's right up in the block hole, but he can't field off his own bowling, and therefore they will score 1 off it, which in this is not so bad. I think it's easier to score off the spinners, isn't it, than the fast bowlers bowling cutters into this really slow pitch. At least you can give it a wind up and smear it, you know. You've got more time to think about it. As he has done there. It's gone up. Has it gone far enough? It doesn't look like it has. It's a catch. It's caught. And it's Kagisa Rabada out at Cow. And Cow is, where it went. And Manish Pandey has splattered that one up in the air. Horrible shot. And pretty much got what he deserved. He's out.
I think that's a decent bit of bowling, actually. It looks like he held it back a little bit. He didn't get to the pitch because the ball wasn't there. It did turn the slightest bit off the wicket, so it was going to go up rather than flat. And a good catch by Rabada. So I think we can give some credit to the bowler there. They get little enough, praise in this competition as it is. So let's throw a little bone to.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's a decent ball, gave a bit of air, and exactly, he didn't get there, and it turned sharp enough to take the top edge. Now, this is going to be interesting. This man is coming in for his first innings, and he's one of the better batsmen in the world. And this actually wicket might suit him. He's not a massive 6 hitter, and he does like to.
He says, hopefully.
Well, he's not, but he's much like Root, isn't he? He works it around. And why isn't he in the bloody first team selection here? Fucking hell, Knuckle. Where is he? This is terrible. I can't find anybody.
Let's sing a jingle for Kane Williamson. Kane Williamson.
That's a bit of ping pong. Kane Williamson. He's not actually in here. That's disgraceful, Knuckle. You missed him out. I'm going to go and find.
We don't blame our fellow gorillas like Knuckle Pandy for not putting the jingles in the right carts here.
We do. I think that was a googly. Nicely tossed up. And Bairstow, they crossed because it went so high up in the air. Bairstow could only defend that back down the track, and there is no run. There's a Kane Williamson jingle. Is that the right one? Let's have a listen.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen?
No.
That'll do.
No, I don't like that one. Mishra bowls, and it's driven back to him. This time he does field off his own bowling, and there's no run. So it must be this one. No.
There's just something not right about that. Kane Williamson's bowling.
Okay. That's driven up to Hetmeyer at long off, and there's no run. Now Hetmeyer's put on a little bit. Do you not think?
Yeah, he's had a comfortable lockdown.
He certainly has. For a young man.
I know there are some tyre manufacturers sponsoring this competition. Maybe they've induced him to put an extra tyre around the middle.
Well, possibly, as we see lots of Dream 11 people jumping around on a big screen in the stadium. Whoopie-doo.
That's shit.
Well, I didn't want to say it.
When you clip that, we'll use that again and again.
You know, whatever. That's up in the block hole, and Williamson just drives up to long on, who hairs in and filled it. Now we'll only do one
Have
run.
you thought of bringing out a fragrance called That's Shit by Nestle?
Yeah, no, you've got me thinking now.
We should just have our own sponsors for things that go on the field. We could just say That's Shit by Nestle's dancing on the big screen.
Speaking of time wasting, there's messages. It's interesting to note that the umpires have a supply of spare balls, so we don't have to go through that interminable process of finding a new one each time a 6 is hit. Should become standard in all white ball cricket.
Hold on.
Kane Williamson.
Go for that.
Kane Williamson. Kane Williamson. Kane Williamson. Kane Williamson. Kane Williamson.
Bloody hell. Jeff Perkins wants to know, do you not like the Smiths because you think that Steve Smith is their bass player?
No, I hate the Smiths because I think Morrissey's a twat. Basically,
But surely you were in Manchester in the 80s or in the 90s.
No, I was in there in the 90s, so I was never a Smiths man. He's a depressive bastard. That's driven out to deep cover. I think it's Kagito Rabada out there on the boundary. There's no run. He was just writing about girlfriends in comas and dying in car crashes. It's a bit kind of fucking depressing, man.
Heaven knows I'm miserable now.
And heaven knows I'm miserable now. Exactly. I mean, listening to
They
them
did make
latterly,
some wonderful songs.
They did, yeah, exactly. They're pretty good
There
songs.
Is a Light That Never Goes Out is an absolutely terrific song.
Yeah, there are some good songs. I agree. That's just played out in the offside, and I'll get a single.
Hand in glove.
Yeah.
I never really got into any of their albums. It's just that I hear them endlessly on the radio, and I do. They're good. They're good songs. But he's a depressing bastard, and he's an arrogant cunt, and he's a fascist. So I don't really like him. Oh, I'm not supposed to say that word, am I? That's the wrong word. We're not allowed to say that. Sorry, that just slipped out.
Morrissey, if you're listening,
yes.
Hi.
I don't think he gives a shit either. That's played out on the leg side to square leg. Just tip round the corner, and they'll get themselves a single.
If Morrissey wrote a song about cricket, it would be about the John Player League in 1975
It probably
in
would.
the rain, where 133 was a good score, isn't it?
And he hit the ball for 4 again.
You must have seen the Smith wrestlers. You've seen everybody.
Yeah, I saw the Smiths loads of times.
Played off the back foot nicely by Johnny B out to the covers. Gets himself a single.
They were good live.
I'm sure they were. Johnny Marr's a great guitar player. But I just couldn't stand Morrissey.
Morrissey's a bit of a pillock.
Yeah.
We can use the word pillock, can't we?
Yeah, we can.
Good songwriter. I mean, he did, every day.
Nothing. Exactly. It's just him. I can't stand him as a person. I find him an odious human being. Axar around the wicket into the pitch. And oh dear, terrible bit of fielding at cover. Just dove over the ball. And Rabada fields it out in the outfield, and they'll get themselves a single.
Well, it's obvious why he's so miserable, because he's a vegetarian, isn't he?
Well, yeah.
Jersey Oak wants to know, did you enjoy the football last night? No, I didn't, but Bear did.
Of course I did. It was a great
Mane
game.
should have been sent off.
Rubbish. That was played back nearly past the bowler, but Axard does an athletic bit of fielding. He's quite tall and managed to sprawl out and get the ball. So there's only 5 off that over. That's a good over. 5 singles. And Sunrisers Hyderabad on 99 for 2 off 13 overs. We need to accelerate a bit here.
Jamie the Vice says, play the brilliant Kane jingle, Hendo uncovered you numpties.
I don't know what that is.
She wants to see Hendo uncovered.
You don't want to see that.
Takes all sorts.
Ah, look, there's Trevor Bayliss.
I always think of the bloke who invented the wind-up radio when they say his name.
Yeah, he had the same name.
Well, Mishra is into his last over. Jesus Christ, whoever that is out in the covers just keeps diving over the top of the ball. Dives over another one, and that will be a single down to long off.
He's got great hair wherever he is.
Yeah, he has got good hair, I'll give him that.
Didn't cost anything because it was going to be a single anyway.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's true actually. It was going to be a single.
As the guest says, finally the real Bear gets out. It took that Braden and Morrissey to do it.
Yeah.
Well, you can always tweet in with names of people you think the Bear's not going to like if you want to induce that kind of
Most of the time I don't slip up. I'm quite shocked that I did slip up there. That's driven up to long off where Hetmar is fielding. He's easy to spot. He's got a big blonde streak on the top of his head. Man, he's put away.
That reminds me of the day that Grubby got us banned from Twitter for 12 hours.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
That was all Mog's fault, really. If you're listening.
And we've got a friend of Gorilla Cricket who's doing the commentary for the IPL, and that's Deep Das Gupta, who's had the great fortune to be interviewed by Tony a couple of times.
Yep. No, it's Hendo did Deep, didn't he? I think.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, Hendo did Deep. He was good.
Did he switch the mic on?
Yeah. I recorded it, I think. That was over the top of the infield. That's a good shot. Inside out, Kane Williamson. He's classy, mate. Goes over the top of extra cover. Splits the field. There's a man out deep cover. There's a man out wide long off. But it splits directly between the two. Down to the extra cover boundary for a lovely 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
See, that's class, mate.
Yeah, it's often the case. If you get it just over the head of the infielder, exactly over the head of him, then there's not going to be a fielder right behind him, is there? Because you stagger your fielders, so you've got a good chance of getting a boundary.
That's a googly. But he waits for it on the back foot. Williamson plays it up to mid-on. Ooh, they needed the 2 inside the ring thing, but they didn't quite manage to have enough time to get back to the
ladies
second.
And gentlemen.
And it'll only be the single.
Amric Sting says, if Morrissey was a cricket player, he would be a test match player at Silly Point.
Possibly. He'd be a really boring batsman in my bet. That's down leg side, an attempted sweep by Bairstow. May have got an under edge onto the pad. It went nowhere. The man on 45 fields it. They'll get through for the obligatory single, of course. And there have been 7 runs off this over so far.
Jamie the White tells us, her being miserable has nothing to do with her being a vegetarian.
Well, there may be a correlation or a causation. We don't know.
Oh, that's tossed up. Nicely tossed up as well. Williamson has to wait and eventually just punches it down to Hetmar at long off. Gets himself a single. And after 14 overs, 108 for 2. Williamson's 11 off 8 and Bairstow's 44 off 38.
Jeff Birkin says, calling Morrissey a pillock after calling him just lacks impact. Yeah, I know, but
This is trying to bring me down, man. Trying to calm me down.
We're doing ELO today because we've had Out of the Blue, and then you've had Don't Bring Me Down. I'm assuming that's what Dave Brooks' message earlier was an ELO reference. A big fan of ELO's Dave Brooks, as are all people of discernment.
No, I was never a fan of ELO.
To be fair,
I don't really know ELO really, and I was into prog rock, but I just never got into ELO.
Well, it's more on the pop. It's more on the pop side of prog. Their early stuff was a bit proggy, but they went poppy in the mid-70s and pretty much stayed there.
No, I don't really like pop, gotta say.
Didn't they sort of try and copy the Beatles before Oasis did?
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, Oasis were a complete Beatles rip-off, and I don't understand. All the kids, they always win on. Well, I listen to XFM, but they always win. You know, they have like 9 singles in the top 14 or something. It's just like, you ever listen to Live Forever? It's the same. You know, it is such a Beatles rip-off. It's a Beatles bloody riff. It sounds like the Beatles, and they even only got one verse and one chorus, which they repeat 3 times throughout the song. I mean, it's just a terrible song when you listen to it now. It's just childish, but it always wins these fucking polls, man. Played up to mid-on by Williamson, who runs up from the boundary. It's Stoinis down there, and we'll get a single.
One of the most boring live bands I've ever seen.
Well, yeah.
They had some good songs, though. I mean, Wonderwall.
Some might say it's a good song. I like that.
Yeah, but actually, I agree with you. The thing, well, no, you see,
Wonderwall.
When you listen to them the first time, or when they were new, they were great. But they really, for me, they really don't stand the test of time. They're really, you know, if you put them up against Blur at that time, which was that Britpop Battle of the Bands thing, Rabada is into the pitch, pulled by Johnny B. But not particularly well timed, and it just goes straight down to long leg, and there's no run. I mean, Blur were infinitely better musicians and songwriters.
Yeah. And I'd agree with you, but you can like both.
I agree.
Being a bit older in 1994, I wasn't sucked into this. Oh, you have to like one of them or the other. I thought actually, they were both. What's the Story? Morning Glory is a very good album.
That is a very good album.
Had a string of great albums and lots of great songs. So I'd agree with you there.
Rabada is in, and on the back foot is Kane Williamson, punches it out to the man sweeping on the boundary. And I don't know who that is, and I should do because he looks really familiar. Who is that? And they bloody have the names at the top of their goddamn shirts, as Hendo was saying earlier. It's in the crease at the bottom, so I can't make out his name.
Is it somebody's cement?
No, and that's not Ralco. That's Bairstow.
Ralco's going quite well though.
Yeah, Ralco's doing really well. He's batting at both ends.
Left-handed and right-handed.
Yeah,
it's very versatile.
He's got a lot of brothers as well. That's driven up to the edge of the circle at mid-off, and there's no run. Can't see his name either because his name's going to crease at the bottom of his shirt. It's just bloody irritating.
Knackle would know them.
Of course he would. Knackle would know everything.
Except how to put the right jingles in the right carts.
He's mostly got it right. It's the only one I couldn't find.
Rabada has second most wickets in the Dream 11 IPL T20 with 5. So that's not telling us much.
Down the track goes. Well, he doesn't go down the track. He goes over the top of the boulder is what I meant. He went downtown. But he didn't time it particularly well. Managed to get it back over Rabada's head, but it's dribbled down to a very, very straight long off. Slowly enough for Stoinis to get round, and I get 2 runs.
Yeah. Top Mike have got the presidential debate on tonight.
Has it?
Yeah.
Oi, Hendo, get off the screen, mate. You're not on yet.
He's on mute, so we can't hear him swearing.
Yeah, but he turns up on the picture on the. He knocks everyone out of kilter on the feed out to Facebook. There you go. Thanks, Hendo. He'll be on.
It's slightly confusing because they put the ball up so quickly. You think actually you're on a ball earlier than you are.
Now that's good. That's clipped nicely. A good bit of fielding down there. That's Stoinis down there, and he's dived round from. He's run round from long on and managed to dive and get it with his wrong hand. Really, as he was diving over himself. Managed to flick it back, but not very hard enough, which allowed them to get through for third. Williamson gets 3 there, so he's 18 off 12, and he'll retain strike. I'm off now, I believe, and it's Tony, Nestlers, and Hendo to take you through to the break.
Oh boy, it's a long stint. This.
He's still there, Nestlers.
Yeah.
Tony looks like he's late, doesn't he? He should be on by now, but I see no sign of him.
He's saying, "Please let me in."
Oh, is he? Okay, well, someone had better let him in then. Since he's the man who's going to do the ball by ball. 117 to 2 is the score. Williamson has 18, Bairstow 46 off 40. It's one of the most tortured innings I've seen Johnny Bairstow play. It's a very difficult wicket to score runs on, it seems to me. 117 off 15 overs. Williamson has done quite well since he's come in. 18 off 12. Last 5 overs have brought us 35 runs, so that's around about 7 and over. But it's well down on what we've been seeing for the last couple of days, is it not, Tony?
It does seem to be a little bit, but he crucially is still there. And he's got with him, of course, the man about to face, Kane Williamson, who I think I'm right in saying has a second best average in the IPL run-wise, is against Delhi Capitals. His average is over 50 against Delhi in 7 games.
I'm not sure he's got time to get 50 here today.
Well, he's going to be
hard pushed, isn't he? Yeah.
What's he on at the moment? He's on 18. Yeah, he needs 30 in 5 overs. Obviously, it depends on what happens at the other end. It also depends on what the man with the ball in his hand does, which, of course, is South African Anrik Nortje. Question mark how you pronounce that. Even our South African friends seem divided on it. But I'll stick with Anrik Nortje.
You sound like you're
16.
Icelandic.
Yeah, I was going to say, you sound like something very Scandinavian coming out there, wasn't
I
it?
had to do a woof at the same time. He's coming over the wicket anyway to Kane Williamson, who whips him wristily to Bear will be happy, a short mid-wicket, and it prevents a run, as Bear will tell you. Of course it does. That's why the man's there.
Bear goes off and they put in a mid-wicket.
Yeah, well, maybe that's it. Maybe somewhere IPL captains everywhere are waiting for Bear to vacate his chair. And then
They're listening to us.
Now let's sneak in that mid-wicket. He has appeared though. I'm not sure what he's got. Something to smoke, something to eat. Who knows? Man of mystery. Nortje again. Williamson crashes this through the offside this time. But there's a man at deep cover. It'll only be a single for him. He will move on to 19. And we're watching Nicholas Puran from the other night. Well, that stunning bit of Superman fielding, which does bear, of course, watching more times over.
He should have got back up and caught it.
Well, you're a hard man, Nestlers. Up there on the top of Mount Everest or wherever you are. Nortje and again comes in very close to the wicket and he's pulled by Johnny Bairstow down to deep mid-wicket. And again, it's just a single. They're dealing in 1s and 2s. They're not dealing in 4s and 6s. This is good, tight bowling, Hendo, isn't it?
It's good bowling, but it's just it's emblematic of the pitch, isn't it? None of these players, and we know they're very attractive players, good timers of the ball, they're absolutely having to thrash the life out of it to get it anywhere. It's quite extraordinary, actually. I don't think I've seen a pitch quite as dead as this in a T20 for quite some time.
We talked about it being a used pitch, didn't we? But I mean, it's only had one game on it, we think. Nortje in. This one is pulled. This one does go all the way. There was a man at backward square. He had no chance of getting there, and it's 4 for Kane Williamson.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Used to be thought of one of the Fab Four, didn't he? Kane Williamson alongside
Still is,
Smith,
isn't he?
Root, and Virat Kohli. Yes, I think so. I guess it's the more the question is whether Joe Root continues to be thought of in there. So
I mean, Root has got a way to go to come back into that. I think
it's got to be Stokes.
Well, yes, absolutely. You could argue that.
I think you're right. Nortje is in again. It's wide, and it's crashed through extra cover this time. There isn't a man there, and Williamson is starting to open his shoulders. It's 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Too much width, Hendo?
Well, I think it's deliberate to try and make it difficult for him to get the middle of the bat onto the ball, but he's played that really well. I mean, there are 3 men in front of square on the offside, and he's found the gap. And when he's had to sort of cut well in front of square to get that away.
Very true. So 2 consecutive 4s for Kane Williamson. 27 for him off 16. Wicketless as yet is Anrik Nortje. He has 1 ball after this over, and this is pulled by Williamson towards mid-wicket. This time there is a man there, and it will just be a single. So it's the end of that over. 16 complete, 128 for 2. If they went at 10 and over here on in, that would still get them to about 170 odd. That's competitive, Hendo, I would say.
I think it will be a good score on this pitch, absolutely. If they can get to 165, 170, that's not a bad score in general terms in T20 cricket. It's about average, maybe a little bit more than average, but it's actually an even better score on this wicket, I would say.
Yeah, wickets in hand as well, which is vital as you go into the sort of the last quarter, as it were, of a T20 innings.
Well, it is, but what you've got to remember, of course, is that this Sunrisers team collapsed from 120 for 2 to 150 all out in their first game. So, I don't suppose there's anyone lower than this who's necessarily in any kind of form at the moment.
No, I think you're right. What's Johnny Bairstow? He's in his third match, 113 runs for him so far.
Well, he got a 50, didn't he? He got 60 odd in the first game.
He did.
And while he was there, Sunrisers had a chance, but it got more and more difficult. And I mean, he fell, and they just didn't have the power hitting, I suppose, lower down.
Yeah.
But I think actually that Williamson has adapted to the pace of this pitch better than anyone. Really, he's played really well. He's not, the biggest hitter of the ball, and he is having to hit the ball hard, and you're seeing him do that. And he's also managing to find the gaps.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because if you need someone to come in towards the latter stages to pump the scoring rate along, Kane wouldn't normally be your man. Kane would be the man you'd like to rely on to be there at the end while everyone does spectacular stuff around him quite often.
Yeah, I think
so you're asking him to do a sort of a slightly out of character role somewhat, I think.
In a way, but I think he has become, he's grown perhaps through his exposure to the IPL into a player who can do that much more than he used to be able to. He isn't a massive hitter. He's more like a root in this form of the game, but he has also shown that he can adapt quite well.
Yep, very much so. Ooh, I seem to have lost the picture. Oh no, there it is. It's come back. Well, I'm just looking at previous sort of history. Last 5, 3-2 to the Sunrisers, but the Delhi Capitals have won the last 2 of those 5. So from 3 up to 3-2, you'd say momentum, recent history-wise, is with Delhi. And I would think of the 2 teams at the moment, unless this last 4 overs yields something reasonably spectacular, the Delhi Capitals would feel sort of they've done a decent job and would feel well in the game, I think.
Yeah, but it is one of those pitches where you've got to see both teams bat. I don't think it's an easy pitch. Whether it may actually even quicken up a little bit if we do get due, it might bizarrely be slightly to their advantage. I don't know.
Well, now, it is going to be Marcus Stoinis. Yes, I was wondering because it didn't look like him a moment ago, but it is now. None for 10 for him. A very fine tournament for him so far. Didn't necessarily have everything going his way on the recent tour of, I say tour, if you count Manchester and Southampton as a tour of the UK.
I went all the way to
latest bubble,
Manchester and Southampton.
The latest bubble tour that he's been on. He's a bit patchy in that, but he's come to the IPL all guns blazing, has Marcus Stoinis, and he's going to be bowling to one of the world's greatest in Kane Williamson. Stoinis is in, waited for, dabbed down to short third man, just a single, and Williamson brings the flame-haired Yorkshireman, that is Johnny Bairstow, back onto strike. He's got a busy, belligerent sort of bustle about him today, hasn't he, Bairstow? Too many bees. Do
you know, I think he has done for a few weeks, actually. I don't know, there seems something slightly thicker-faced about him at the moment. I don't know whether it's the beard or...
Yeah, well, he's also, even the way he walks, there's sort of a certain determined, sort of wanting to get on with it kind of look to him.
Yeah, so it's slightly more aggressive.
Frustrated by being a bit more peripheral in England games recently. I suspect that could well be playing on his mind. Points to prove. He stands with his bat aloft. That's a full toss, and Bairstow flicks it uppishly, but straight to deep mid-wicket. Just a single again. And again, it's another example of the ball. I mean, that really, it didn't look a particularly dangerous full toss by Stoinis, who doesn't have electric pace by any manner of means. You'd have expected that to be launched over the mid-wicket boundary, wouldn't you? Not one bounce straight to a fielder.
Yeah, well, I think it's just sort of maybe partly the mindset of the batsmen at the moment. They know that they've really got to absolutely hit it, and the potential missed timings there. With a full toss, they shouldn't be though, should there?
Well, no, this one is picked up though. He must have heard me. It's up and just over the fielder by Kane Williamson. One bounce for 4.
1, 2,
3, 4. 4.
Yeah, Stoinis there just gave Williamson just enough. It was, well, it seemed on a good length, but Williamson was down on one knee, pulling away up, and it looked for all the world like it was going to go over mid-wicket. In fact, it just evaded the boundary fielder, but dropped from a Sunrisers perspective just short. This one though is lofted up over long on, and it's 4 more, and Williamson, style, class, touch and panache, to hell with it. It's all bluster and bang from Kane Williamson at the moment. There's something, it's a disturbance of the natural order, Hendo, watching Kane Williamson do this.
I think it's a superb knock from him. I think it's a very difficult wicket to bat on, and he's not trying to overhit it, is he? He's getting enough on it over. He knew that he just needed to get up and over mid on there. He didn't try to hit the cover off the ball. He just did enough, and I think it is hard to hit sixes on this wicket.
Well, it just shows his versatility. I think this one is short and rather uppishly pulled around the corner. There's a man at long leg. It will only be a single. It'll bring Johnny Bairstow back on to strike. And Andrek Nortje, in the traditional fast bowler's long leg position, had done the fielding.
Well, I think they've picked up 11. I mean, they've got 11 runs from this over. They picked up 11 from the last over, so that's pretty good going, isn't it, in these last few overs?
Big shift.
You wouldn't knock that at all as a scoring rate.
No, you're absolutely right. And indeed, both in that crazy game yesterday, I think the scoring was fairly average up until the last 5 or 6 overs for both teams, when both teams sort of came into blistering life, didn't they? Stoinis, 1 ball left of the over for him. He's bowling to Bairstow, who pulls this, keeps it down. It's down straight to the man at deep mid wicket, though it's only a single, so Johnny B should keep the strike. Yes, he will. Indeed, he will. So it's the end of the over. Nestle from the top of the of Everest, the Matterhorn, or Snowdon. Won't be Snowdon, too much snow.
Antarctica.
What have you got for us?
Let's have a look. Merchant Engineer says SRH is so boring, second only to CSK in their inanity. Leia says this edition of the Indian T20 League is woefully lacking in spectacular collapses. Not even RCB have folded in on themselves.
Oh, hang on.
Sunrisers have done it, haven't they?
The Sunrisers lost 8 for 30, and RCB, when they were chasing that massive score, sort of folded to about 110 all out, didn't they? If I recall. Not necessarily saying that's a collapse, but certainly the Sunrisers one was. I think you could say that.
I've got Brick Tracker India people.
Oh, excellent. Do us some name checks.
Kumar, Vinod Kumar Naik, Sheikh Afridi, and Vikash Kumar. Hello.
Well, Kaki Sarabade, wicketless yet, having praised him at the beginning with that extraordinary record. This one is just steered backward of square. They will run to take 2. It's tight, but I think we can safely say that Johnny Bairstow is home. They are going to have a look. He looked well back, well in his ground there to me. But what do you think?
I mean, I know they've. Well, I think he's probably just about okay. But what struck me there was the position of the leg of the umpire, who should have been judging that. Look where the umpire is. Look where the umpire is. He's by no means square onto the wicket. Why is he in that position? It's extraordinary.
Is that Sundaram Ravi or Virendra Sharma?
I'm not sure who it is, but it's what on earth is he doing in that position? He's almost at mid-wicket.
Well, I think it's Virendra Sharma, and he shouldn't be there. You're 100% right. Sorry, Nestor.
Yeah, but these days there's no point to that because they always go upstairs.
I know.
In the IPL or whatever it's called now, they do it so that the advertisers get their time on TV, don't they?
What do you mean?
Watch what happens when they do a review. There's a company who sponsor it.
Oh, I mean, but he would have done the review whether he was standing at mid-wicket or square leg. That's my point.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I mean,
he could be standing on the boundary.
Well, he could be, but
taking away from the basic skill and requirements of umpiring.
There you go.
It's a bit like saying to a football referee.
There you go. Look.
Well, it's going to be not out. Yeah, but
ATM. That's why they do it.
That's like saying to a football referee for a penalty, go and stand behind the back of the stand.
Yeah, no, but they always go upstairs.
I haven't seen that happen. Yeah, you're right about that.
In comes Rabada. Oh, slower ball, and Bairstow practically swung himself off his feet as that ball went past him. Terrific, smart delivery from Kiki.
The point is, Nestle, yeah, you may be right. They always go upstairs for run-outs.
So what's the point of him?
No, well, absolutely, because you're just following what umpires are supposed to do, which is stand at square leg. Why is he standing at mid-wicket? If you're going to argue that, then you might as well not have a square leg umpire.
Exactly.
Well, there you go. Then that's fair enough. But then why have one then?
I've never known two people get so upset agreeing with each other as this one is carved through between cover and extra cover. It's they run 2. They look for 3, and
here we go.
We'll see it again. This time, I have to say the umpire was in the right place.
There we go.
And it's reviewed again, and it's another. What is it? ATM.
It's ATM review.
It's another PayTM advertising opportunity.
Yeah, but you're missing the point of what you're missing the point of what I'm saying. I'm not actually arguing that they're not doing that. I'm arguing that why on earth is an umpire in the position of mid-wicket?
He's standing in the wrong position, for sure. But what I'm saying is that...
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying about that.
This day and age, it doesn't matter.
No, well, on that basis, you might as well do away with umpires completely and just have it done by artificial intelligence.
I kind of...
Well, that day may come.
We're quickly going to move on, and this one again is a clever slower ball by Kiki Sarabada. It again has Bairstow swinging and missing through with the shot before the ball had gone past him. Really, really clever stuff from Rabada.
It's slightly different though, Hendo, because the other you have a limited amount of appeals. But every time there's a run out, they go upstairs.
Yeah, because a run out is
it's a non-job now, isn't it?
To a certain extent. Yeah.
There's a bowling from that south stand end. And
it's
he's going to be in again. This one, it's up in the air from Bairstow. Does it have enough? It was straight back over the bowler's head. Does it have enough? It has nothing like enough. It drops straight into the bucket hands of Anvik Norkia. And I'm afraid Johnny Bairstow has made his 50 and then departed. But we will get to see, I would imagine. Should it be Garg next?
Interesting tweet from Messi Jez on that subject.
Yeah, just seen that. Yeah.
The umpires have been instructed not to stay at square legs, so the camera is not blocked by them.
Well, I can understand the sense in that, but also it makes me wonder why you need a square leg umpire then.
The other one was
53 or 48 for Bairstow.
The other guy was just now.
You see, it's where does the pureness of the traditions of the game meet the commercial requirements? I mean, if you are the on-field official in any sport, your job is to be on top of the game you are officiating.
That's
need to be in the best position and or place to enable you to do that.
But
relying on third-party technology is a backup, but it should not detract from your own ability to be able to make the right calls, because that's what keeps the game moving.
Yeah, but when they've got this camera, they never ever give square leg umpires never give it out.
We're going to see Samad anyway.
Do they?
He's not. No, he's not. He's not going to face. So Rabada has one of his wickets. Can he keep it up? He's bowling to Williamson. Good ball, Williamson. Waits, dabs down to backward point. They just take a single and bring Samad on to face his first delivery. 145 for 3 for the Sunrisers. The bear is.
He
looks like he's doing a sort of. I was about to say it looked like a Nazi salute. I don't think that's what he meant. Are you doing anything there? Oh yeah. Good. That was presumably Samad's jingle.
Well, I want to see this guy. I mean, unfortunately, he's not going to face him initially, has he? Because Williamson has kept the strike, but
he has.
I want to see this guy, Samad. I want to see if he's the way that he's been talked up in the various articles I've seen.
I'm just going to butt in. Hendo attacking. Here we go. He's got 12 balls, 35 off 12. Finisher.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, he's not got 12 balls because Williamson's going to be facing the first one.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to finish quite spectacularly, isn't he? We'll tell you a little bit about him in a moment, as soon as I can sort out the appropriate information. Williamson will be facing Norkia. Double sweatbands, one on each wrist for him. He's making some field adjustments. Seems now to be happy with where he's placed people. It's his last over. 145 for 3. 2 overs left. Norkia's in. Full! Looking to York Williamson, but he digs it out. It's away into the offside, and it will be another single. So you are going to see Abdul Samad, 12 matches, 240 runs, 150 in his 20 over career. He's got a strike rate of 136 and a bit.
Yeah, but you have to point out that that's not the IPL, that is domestic.
No, that's
domestic.
Indeed.
20 overs.
So let us see what he has got. It'll be interesting indeed. Oh, found him finally. I'm getting some instructions from his skipper. Henry Norkie is getting congratulations, I'm sure, for the sound catch that he took to remove Johnny Bairstow. Bairstow was really trying to lump that right down the ground. He just got right underneath it. So hang time was enormous. This one, Samad's off and running. Right, no, he's not. He didn't really get hold of it, and it went straight to mid wicket, but all the way along the ground. I didn't think that. I thought he was really looking to send that into orbit, but didn't really get hold of it in the way he would have wanted to. So he's off the mark anyway. Got himself a single. Big hitting right hand batsman from Jammu Kashmir, and just 18 years old. Just a lad. But he's, boy, has he got some experienced company with him in Kane Williamson, who is now facing Norkia and pulls Norkia, and he's down though, straight to deep square, and will restrict him to just the single. So young Abdul Samad will be back on strike. They're looking for the big hits and only achieving the ones at the moment, which I think is a testament to how effective Norkia and Kagiso Rabada have been. Remember, Rabada has an extraordinary statistic: 2 wickets in every one of his last 9 IPL games. That's a standing IPL record. He's only got 1 today, so he'll have 1 more over, I suspect, to try and put that right. 40 overs and 1 wicket off the last 4.5 overs as Norkia is in, and Samad, I'm afraid, got rather suckered into that. It was slower, and again, a bit like Bairstow had been more than once, he was through with the shot before the ball had passed him. And it's a dot. And for a young 18-year-old, dots, the pressure of dots that the likes of Kane Williamson might just brush off and go, right, well, I know what I'm going to do with the next ball. They might just stack up a little bit more on much younger, less experienced shoulders. We shall see. Norkia, what a military run he has in. And again, this is up in the air. I think that is, it's up, down, it's over the wicketkeeper's head. There is no third man, and it's going to be a rather fortuitous 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
11 4s and 3 6s so far. Not the Smaximum Fest that we were treated to yesterday by any manner of means. Norkia feels he's been somewhat aggrieved. You can see thinks he didn't deserve that, and I don't think Hendo, that was where the young man was aiming. But 4 on the score is 4 on the score.
It doesn't matter at this stage, does it? I mean, those are often some of the most profitable shots. Actually, the top edges that fly to where you couldn't possibly have a fielder.
Indeed, that is very true. So what's young Samad got this time? He's flung his arms through this. It's high into the Abu Dhabi sky. It's high into the stand, up and over deep mid wicket, and it's another 6. Well played, young man.
6.
Well, that was fluent. That was a fluent hit. That, I mean, he got enough height on that as well. I mean, not apart from the distance. I mean, it went up a very long way, didn't it?
It's the classic golf shot.
Tremendous shot.
I mean, literally, had he been teeing off at Royal Troon or somewhere like that, I can assure you he wouldn't have looked any better.
Well, isn't the talk in golf now that it's all about length, isn't it? It's all about length and how hard you can hit it from the tee. And you don't have to worry about getting up. You don't have to worry about getting on the fairways because you can, as long as you get length in the first shot.
Yes, well, it's still true. I think it's still true. You, what is it? You drive for show, you putt for dough. I think many golfers would still argue.
He's a good putter. Bryson DeChambeau.
158.43. It's the end of the 19th over. Nestlers, what do you got? Oh no, hang on. Sorry, Rabada's back into his work. That's my mistake. This one catches the midriff, and they're only able to take a very quick single. And in fact, yes, Kane Williamson felt that, I think.
This will be interesting, won't it? Be Rabada against. He was through the shot so much.
He was
before the ball got anywhere near his gloves. It was phenomenal. I think it might be a good move that Samad's down there. I mean, if he can hit the ball like he did the final ball of the previous over, it's worth having him out there for 3 or 4 of these balls.
No, I would agree. I mean, he has a finisher's reputation, and this one again. It's wide of the off stump. It's slower. Clever bowling by Rabada. That was a leg by the last one. That's a dot ball though, because youngster Mad was again flummoxed by that, looking to smack it down Abu Dhabi High Street, and wasn't able to connect, I'm afraid. 159 for 3.
It's very quiet around this ground. I know there is a high street.
Is there a high street? It looks a long way away.
It is a long way away.
Souk or whatever it would be. This one is looked to be flicked around the corner. Ooh, for once in his life, a very messy piece of wicket keeping by Rishabh Pant as well.
Is that Josh Butler behind the stands?
Hope not. It shouldn't be. Oh, I see what you mean.
Onto you.
No, definitely not. It will net a single for young Abdul Samad, so he's on to 12 from 6. Good strike rate, big impact on the game so far, although he's been flummoxed and fooled by a couple of slower balls that
well, that's the other thing, isn't it? He might not have seen all the variations that these guys have got in the IPL. I mean, playing in the domestic tournament, there may not be quite so much of it. Such skill.
Here comes Rabada. Full. Oh, Kane Williamson has whipped that helicopter star, but he's whipped it straight down the throat of
Axel Patel.
Mr. Patel. There is that second wicket for Kagiso Rabada. His proud record extends to 10 games, and it's another wicket gone, and it's a big wicket. It's that of Kane Williamson.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here. Your history, no good for me. Your history, nah.
Just didn't have the carry, did it? And it was straight into the breadbasket of Axar, who said thank you very much, as I'm sure did Kagiso Rabada, keeping his proud record alive. So Williamson's gone for 41. 41 off 26, though. Good effort by him. And they cross, so Samad is strong on strike, but he's only able to turn this around the corner. It's another, it's actually just a leg by. Wasn't able to lay bat on it. But it is 1 to the score. It takes the score to 164-4. We're just watching the dismissal of Williamson again. So Kagiso Rabada gets a warm congratulations of his team. It's terrific bowling. I mean, he's comparatively young still. How old is Rabada, Henry?
23, 24 at the moment.
Yeah,
I think,
his variation, his ability to bowl slower balls, shorter balls. He bowls with his head as well as his heart and his arms and legs, I think.
He's 25. I'm sorry. I still thought he was younger than that.
Yeah, he's displays a high degree of maturity, and this one though is pulled up over square leg. There will only be 2, which they do come back for. Abhishek, the new batsman, so he's off and running, and in fact that it's being signalled as one short run by Sundaram Ravi.
We've had a couple of those now, haven't we? We've had a couple of those, or one that wasn't given.
We'll have a close look for you. The bat is short. He's correct.
Good decision out by the umpire there. And that's the reason why he should be square on.
Well, now, was he informed of that on his earpiece, or had he seen that for himself? When you see it side on, it was absolutely crystal clear. It was well short. It wasn't just like a smidgen. It was a country mile short, wasn't it?
Well, it was enough. Yeah, it was enough. I mean, enough to see. I think even if you weren't square on, but it's a little bit shabby from Abhishek. Really, he could have had a couple there. He's only picked up one.
Indeed. Well, it means that the Sunrisers Hyderabad finish on 162 for 4. Abhishek on 1, Samad on 12. And what we will do is take you through the scorecard, I think, in just a moment. Give me a moment. Yes, so David Warner, 45. 45, fairly painful and slow. Off 33 balls for him. He was caught, caught behind off Mishra. Johnny Bairstow, 53 off 48. So only just ahead of a runner ball. He was caught finally in the deep by Alec Nokia off Kagisa Rabada. Pandey, he didn't last long. He went early, 3 or 5, caught Rabada, bowled Mishra. Kane Williamson, the man you wouldn't normally associate with the rapid acceleration of the scoring rate, but nonetheless, that's what he delivered. 41 off 26 for him before he was caught. Patel, bowled Rabada, and the 2 not out batsmen at the end there, Abdul Samad and Abhishek Sharma. So 162 for 4 for the bowling. None for 26 for Ishant Sharma, 2 for 21 for Kagisa Rabada. Again, we talked about that record. None for 40 off Nokia, pretty expensive for him, 10 and over. None for 22 off 3 for Marcus Stoinis, 2 for 35 for Mishra, and none for 14 for Patel. And Nestlers. Oh, he's disappeared, isn't he?
He's fallen off the mountain. He's plummeted. He's plummeted 5,000 feet.
Well, hopefully he'll land somewhere with a computer in his hand and the ability to let us know what's happening on various social media forums.
He will. Well, he'll be back. But I'm hoping that the Bears got something lined up to play for the next 15 minutes or so before we're back again.
Well, yes. Clearly, you were playing your interview with Ashley Gray and our man Anindo last time, I think.
Yes, I was in the interview, obviously. I don't think I was the one playing it, but I believe it was being played, yes.
Well, we'll just go back to that. We've only had 9 minutes of it. We'll just keep playing it, I guess. Why not?
Well, happy to do that. Let's go for it.
Okay. We'll be back shortly.
Okie dokie.
What part of cricket interested me made it more difficult, because I've always been interested in the history of the game, which obviously involved a lot of research. And the one thing that I've been always very careful of, even when I wrote for financial matters, was that I shouldn't get a single fact wrong, and which makes life very difficult when you're that nitpicky about something. But then you have to be when you do research.
Especially with cricket.
Exactly. And you're going to be found out very quickly if you don't, right?
Well, it's a rich theme.
Exactly.
Which is good for us. It's interesting that, from 3 of us, I think, 2 of us, probably me and you and Indo, have taken the path via other industries and things and sort of worked our way into a hobby becoming kind of a work.
Yeah.
Actually, perhaps a little bit different for you in that you are by trade a journalist and a writer. Is that fair?
Yeah, and a sub-editor as well.
I always think that must be a thankless task.
Yeah, the thing about being a sub-editor is that people would say to me with this book, they'd say, look, just pump it out, just write it and get it done, then go back and correct it and hone those sentences, make it sing. But the trouble is, when you're a sub-editor, you're used to polishing as you go, So I couldn't do that because I would feel uncomfortable knowing that something I just left wasn't perfect, in my eyes, So I couldn't go on that way, and I had to do it this way. And people would say to me, "You're crazy," but that's just the way I did it. And in the end, I got there. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. But that's one of the sort of drawbacks of the trade, I suppose, is that you learn how to do things in a certain way, and that kind of works for me. But yeah, I mean, I've always, like I said, I've been doing it for 20 odd years now, so I've always been sub-editing and writing, and not always on sport, not always on cricket either. But I think having to write in different tones for different publications and on different subjects sort of rounds you out as a writer as well, because you can draw on a lot more different expressions and ways of putting together stories as well, because one magazine might have a certain style that you have to adhere to, or it might have a certain way of structuring things, but the newspaper will have a different style and structure again, depending on which one it is. So I suppose that's been the benefit of my
that's an interesting. You've touched on an interesting point there. So the idea of style. When you're sub-editing or writing for someone else, if it's advertising copy or if it's even autobiography writing or any of those things, you have to sort of adopt a different persona, that of your audience, or the editorial style of the publication you're in. But when you start to write your own books, it's you, even if the subject matter is very relevant to a particular group or a particular audience. It's your way of putting it across. So I think one thing I'd like to ask you both is, your books are or the books certainly the ones I've been reading, have similarities and differences. One is very much about a history of a certain type of art or craft or of a team. So in Indo, perhaps you're more the historian, but you're a storyteller in the way you bring that game history across. Actually, you're also a historian in that you've picked a very specific, or the current book, The Unforgiven, is sort of politically charged. It's sociologically charged with so many different sort of depths about those West Indian cricketers. But again, you're essentially telling a history story through multiple personalities. So in some ways, the books have similarities there. Sure. So anyway, that's kind of a long-winded way of asking the question, which is, how do you evolve, Ashley, your own style and way of your own storytelling so that you feel this is me, even though you're telling the story of something else?
Sure. I think at some point you have to back yourself and back your experience and back your way of looking at the world. Otherwise, there's no point in writing a book or a long form article. I mean, you have to trust that what you're writing about and your perspective is unique in some way and is valuable. I mean, there are many times when you're writing something and you feel that isn't the case, and that can kind of freak you out as well. I mean, there was a time here when I was doing Lawrence Rowe's chapter, and I could not get past the first paragraph, and I was sitting right here, right where I am now. And it was a lovely summer's day, and I was looking outside, wishing I was outside. And I just couldn't get... And I found that there were 3 or 4 different options for the next paragraph where I could go with the story, each chapter, and they all seemed quite appealing. But when I'd start them, they wouldn't work, and it was just this utter sense of frustration, and I just let out this primal roar. I was like, "Ugh!" And it didn't work, by the way. But I had to go on, and even I've got a book here from Neville Cardis, his autobiography.
Yeah,
and it's got some great stuff in here because obviously he wrote for the Manchester Guardian. But there's an interesting bit here which I really related to when he said, "The Manchester Guardian was a great but dangerous school for young journalists. It made us so word and phrase conscious that sometimes we suffered the embarrassment of the centipede, which one day became aware of the complexity and delicacy of its muscular organisation and reduced itself more or less to permanent immobility by wondering which foot to put forward next. Well, that's where I was at with the Lawrence Road chapter, and to move on to the next part of the narrative, I had to take a chance and believe in myself and get on with it. At some point you have to bite the bullet, and that's ultimately what I did. So, that's kind of how I approach things, Tony. But usually with a lot more, with a little more success than I had with Roe in that beginning.
What finally unblocked the start to the Lawrence Road chapter then? What was the critical moment that you went from blank page to you felt you were onto something? Stephen King said the scariest moment is always just before you start. After that, things can only get better. And he wrote a few books.
Yeah, he did. Yes. I think I went out and had a walk and experienced some of that sunshine, came back and just looked at the first thing I had written, which is often the best thing in a way, because you come to you're closer to being pure about the subject when you approach it, and I went with that, and it just started to roll. I knew a lot about him obviously anyway, because I'd researched him so much, I'd interviewed him, I'd seen him, I knew the man, and the thing about my book was, even though it's well structured in that there are 20 chapters on different guys that went on the Rebel tours, each chapter itself, I didn't have a particular structure for it. It would just sort of happen, and I would just sort of work it as I was going. Once again, the sort of the polish as you go thing. I couldn't move on if the stats weren't right and the words weren't right. Like you were saying before, if the stats aren't right, you can't go.
Well, the rigour certainly comes out, and actually you've said something there I will come back to, because it's the 20 different people. I have a slight feeling that each chapter gets to the heart of those personalities, so it's slightly different in its feel, because I think you almost inhabit the trials, tribulations of each of those people. But I'm going to hold that thought, because I was going to ask Anindo the same question. For you, as I say, a kind of a historian. I don't know if you'd like to be called a historian, but you're a storytelling historian in cricket. Yeah. But tell me about the inspiration for you, because it's not just the Wizards and the Story of Indian Spin. You've written about Don Bradman. You've written about the Gentleman's Game and the old style. We imbue the history of cricket. Even when none of us were born, even me, who's older than you two, you somehow in your mind have a vision of what cricket was like that is actually probably black and white and men running around impossibly quickly. And yet you feel like you were there because you've read so much. So tell me a little bit about your inspiration to get pen to paper for your first book, perhaps, Anindo.
Yeah, it's interesting, Tony. You say that what you just said, because the first book, although it's not the first book I published, the first book I actually started working on was Spellbinding Spells. That's the one.
And we're back. Afternoon, and it's us three again. Good to see you again. Nice little break, 10 minutes. Yeah,
that was quick.
Are you going to introduce us, or are you just going to say it's us three again?
It's not Fred and Nestor's.
The A team,
the A team,
A minus team, perhaps.
Well, yeah, the team that don't know anything and talk about anything.
Yep,
that's us. And we have going out to bat. We have this man.
This young chap here's completely sure. When he steps up, the crowd want more. He made 500 when he was 14. No pressure there. I hope he's not peaked too early.
I like that.
Did Mog make a video for that with him dressed as Britney Spears?
I hope so. And this man.
I hope
not. And he will be bowled at by
got Tendoka for naught. A better bat than we thought. He got Booby Kuma's eyes.
It's surprising I was in that bet until 2 balls before the end, Fred. I thought that was going to be long
Yeah,
gone.
I knew you were in trouble when Hendo thought it was a good bet. He agreed with you. So
well,
you know,
it soon
was
became
doomed from
apparent
the start.
It soon became apparent it wasn't, and then it nearly was okay. I was quite shocked about that. I'm going to go under for full the first wicket, of course. 23.5. That's quite decent in this form of the game.
Nestles is back in situ. Must have got his supermarket delivery sorted.
Climb back up to the top of the mountains in the Antarctic. Is it the Antarctic you're at?
In the Antarctic, yeah.
Yep. He's doing good for us, our Nestlers. First ball is defended by Prithvi Shaw up to mid-off, and there ain't no run. I think the average score here is about 160. So
some people think that Kim Kardashian is the king of social media, but on Guerrilla Cricket, it's Nestlers.
Absolutely.
I'd much rather have Nestlers.
Really?
Nah, she's an annoying. Okay. I'm sorry. Her whole family's bloody annoying.
I don't know what they do.
Well, exactly. What do? Nothing. They just prance around in front of a camera and they've made billions. Left alone outside the off stump through the keeper, there's no run. Whereas we work bloody hard trying to give the world great cricket commentary with good chat, and we get fuck all.
No one works harder than us.
Absolutely. Well, 2 dot balls. It's a good start from Bhuvi Kumar. Chasing 163 is the target. Marginally over 8 and over. It's not the easiest pitch to bat on. That's just played straight to cover by Prithvi Shaw off the back foot. Little push. No run. And you know what? If Sunrisers have got any gumption about them, they'll realise that there are a lot of singles in the infield, Fred. Maybe we should have a couple of close fielders in when things go out.
Yeah, it's a good shout. Yeah, I mean, you say it's not a great pitch to bat on, but sometimes, you know, if you're the opening batsman and you don't middle a couple, it can be you as well. And then you get yourself in a mindset saying, actually, this is a shit pitch, and start playing accordingly.
It's true. Well, that's chipped. Prithvi Shaw totally mistimed that. He was trying to clip that, I think, over sort of mid-wicket, and it ended up going straight just wide of mid-on, who stuck out a paw and just couldn't quite catch it. And they got back for 2.
That was nearly your early wicket there.
Yeah, it was nearly my early wicket. You always got a good chance of an early wicket in T20. Hence, it's about even, so, you know. Pretty short. 2 off 4. 2 for none. First over. Bhuvi Kumar. And that's our man somehow, doesn't it? At mid-on. Didn't do too bad. Came in to finish. Got 12 off 6 balls. 200. You can't ask for much more than that, really, can you?
Nope.
A lot of swishing and missing, but, you know, still. Wow. Has that gone? That is. There's my early wicket. That has gone appreciably after seeing Kumar's bowler just short of a length, actually. More of a sort of test match line, really. Just short of a length. Went away with a seam. Decent ball in a test match, and it's taken the edge in a T20. And Pretty Sure has just tried to drive off the back foot. Not really much foot movement. Taking the edge. It's patented by Johnny B. The bear gets his early wickets, and he's a damn happy man. And it's just what the Sunrisers needed.
Well, Farong says this score was part of the course. Nice to see Williamson with bat in hand. After the last 2 evenings, what are on the cards of expectations when you think you've seen it all? Cheers. Well, we don't know.
Well, A, we don't know, and B, I haven't actually seen the last couple of days, so I'm full of expectations.
Blair says, didn't Kim Kardashian's father bullshit O.J. Simpson out of a conviction for murder? I think
he was one of them.
The legal team.
He was part of the legal team. And she's famous for getting, she was one of the first sex tapes on the fucking internet, wasn't she? You know, and wasn't she mates with Paris Hilton originally? I know too much.
You know more than I do.
You are our celebrity correspondent, Ben.
Well, my wife used to make me watch that shit. The first series or so, it was fucking awful.
What porn videos on the internet?
No, fucking Home with the Kardashians or whatever it's called.
Ah, right. Glad you clarified that.
2 for 1 with 1 ball left in the first over, and that again goes off the seam and didn't really get up. There's a well, Shreyas Iyer was running down the track, and Shikadawan wasn't. I don't know what he's doing. He's just running down, pointing fingers. Shikadawan was having none of it. He didn't even move out of the crease, and Shreyas Iyer probably got about halfway down the track and had to go halfway back. They probably could have got a single in that sense. Well, yeah, close to halfway down the track. A better throw.
Not much of a throw.
It wasn't much of a throw at all. Ended up being no run.
Well, I think we need, before we're renaming some of the events that go on in an IPL game with their own guerrilla cricket acronyms. So we had the OSH, that's shit from Nestle's for the dancing on the big screen, and we should call an early wicket a bare bet early wicket, something like that.
Bare bet early wicket.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I'm going to try for a second. It's always not a great ploy, but if it's early in the power play, there's always a good chance of a second as well. They're still going to try and spam it out of the park. That's my theory anyway, Fred. It's probably not a great one.
If Hendo agrees with it, it's going to lose. Otherwise, you've got a chance.
Well, Hendo doesn't agree with much. Right, let's have a look. See if I can find this man. He's not there. He is. Oh, I found one.
I'm just sitting here watching Khalil bowl at the ground. I really love to watch him bowl.
I nearly got my wish there as well, Fred. That was cut at by Shikadawan high on the top half of the bat and skewed off down towards third man and nearly carried the third man. He was running in for the catch, pulled out of it, and he got a single. He didn't move. I think he thought he was going to carry it.
He got there pretty quickly, to be fair.
Yeah.
Useless.
I mean, pretty sure just basically flat-footed, wafted at that outside his off stump, and it was a decent ball. It's a world-class bowler, PV Kumar, and it went off the seam. Haven't seen many do that today. And, yeah. Poor. But that's the way it goes. You've got to try and hit everything.
Well, not if you're chasing a moderate target.
I never think 160 isn't moderate. I mean, it all depends on to go along consistently 8 and over for 20 overs. It's never that easy, I don't think. It's driven out to cover, and there is no run. Sorry, yeah, there is no run. 3 for 1, 1.2 overs gone.
Well, if you set out looking to try and get an 8 and over. That's only one boundary, isn't it?
Well, it's one boundary and over.
Shouldn't be that difficult.
No, true. When you look at it like that, but when the field goes out, if you bowl in the right places, it always goes to the fielder. Try and beat the batsman occasionally. 160 seems about average. It's not hard to get, but it's not easy to get either, is it? Driven and can't beat the ring. They'll get a single. Davey Warner goes across. He's short up at a wideish mid-off and goes across to extra cover, dives, fields, but they'll get through for a single, 4 for 1.
But that's a case in point. I mean, you get the one boundary, you're getting singles even if they've gone to the fielders in the infield, pretty much. You're setting off straight away, and you're getting a lot of singles there. So I would think that 8 and over, any team chasing 8 and over is fancying their chances.
Yeah, possibly. Well, yeah. It's up to you as the fielding side to stop them, eh?
Well, they will try, I'm sure.
And, I think equally, if you're bowling, you think, well, I can defend 160. That's played out to fucking vacant mid-wicket, and they'll get a signal. To Shikadawan, he's 2 off 2, 1 off 3. And for Shreyas Iyer. Yeah. Look again at the wasn't nearly a run out at all. Patting him on the back like it was close. He was well in. Anyway, Khalil Ahmed is going to go. He's coming over the wicket to Shreyas Iyer, who drives and gets beaten on the outside edge, and goes through the Bairstow, and there's no run. 1 ball left in the second over, 5 for 1. I mean, to be fair, Sunrisers got off to reasonably slow, what looked like a slow start, but they kept getting twos in those first 3 overs. They got about 21 or something, which wasn't so bad when you looked at it. But it looked like they were going along. They always seemed to be ticking along the runs and getting the odd boundary, or certainly getting those twos to the infield. And if I was them fielding now, I'd be going that they really made a mistake there. That's just defended back to the bowler, who fakes to throw out the stumps and there's no run. I mean, if it isn't the easiest pitch to hit the faster bowlers off, and they were getting the ones through mid-wicket or just dabbing it out on the offside, you've got to... I mean, they did learn after about 3 or 4 overs that the guys on the boundary had to be in a little bit closer and a bit sharper on it. It was still touch and go whether they could get back for 2 or not.
Nitin Bajaj is with us.
All right, Nitin.
He had to endure the vocal silence of Danny Morrison and co in the first innings. I can't begin to say how good it is to be back home and able to tune in without them and with you folks.
Thank you very much, Nitin. Yeah,
that is fake praise if ever I've heard one.
Well, I
listened to video of Kim Kardashian, which I've retweeted.
Well, yeah, I listened to some of that commentary and the TV, and yeah.
For KP, he's just the worst person
Danny Morrison is unlistenable to. He's just really irritating. And you're right, KP is really irritating.
Oh, he's terrible.
And the noise they have on the TV, sometimes you can hardly hear the commentators. They got the crowd noise. You complain at us when we occasionally get it too loud. Boy, those boys have got it well loud. Defended out in the offside, and there's no run. And there's a bit more panache to theirs. I mean, they actually have people cheering when it goes up in the air and stuff.
Have they got fake crowd noise in the ground, like at football?
I don't know. They got it on the TV. I don't know if it's going out. I'd be really irritated. They don't actually pump it out in the stadium, do they? Well, at football matches, they can't do it. It'd be fucking irritating if you were
I don't know.
Player, I think. Over the top, down the track comes Shikhar Dhawan. Runs at Bhuvi Kumar. Meets it quite nicely. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. Just blocks it back over his head. And it scootles down to the boundary for a very straight 4.
That's a good point, Bear, because I assumed that when you watch football on the telly that's also audible in the stadium to the players.
I don't think so.
I wouldn't have thought so. What would be the point?
Yeah.
I don't know. To give them atmosphere?
That'd be really fucking annoying. If they got it wrong, they're too late with a cheer. You'd be like, why? You know, it'd be a bit. It's a bit weird. Nicely hit by Shikhar Dhawan, but straight at point. Good bit of fielding. Went there pretty damn quick.
There is. They can hear themselves better when they're shouting at each other, and I'm pretty sure there is no sound in the stadium. In baseball, actually, where people in the dugout are known to sort of occasionally shout at the umpires. They're now much more likely to be heard and much more likely to be thrown out of the game because the umpires can hear everything that's being said.
Bhuvi, he's coming in to bowl to Shikhar Dhawan. 6 off 5, 9 for 1. Straight, full, driven. Nearly beats the man at mid-off. He seems to be going in the wrong direction for a second. It was Davey Warner. He's a bit of a twat, so says his jingle. And
he was pained.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
He's growing a moustache. The stupid moustache is coming back.
Oh. They are pumping the crowd noise into the ground there. Nitin Bajaj says he's got it confirmed from someone who's there.
Really? Oh my God.
And Brian Barish tells us the NFL is having some noise pumped in.
I don't know if I want it if I was playing there. I'd rather have it the real thing or nothing. Played out square on the offside by Shikhar Dhawan, wide enough of Kane Williamson, who's at just in front of square at point and is a single, 10 for 1.
Do they have when in the football game when the opposition or the away goalkeeper is taking a goal kick, do they play the your shit?
Yeah, exactly.
They might miss it if they didn't have it.
Wow, yeah.
You wonder whether the home and away thing actually has virtually no effect when there's no crowd. Then you might as well just be homers away. There's no difference.
I think they'll get used to it. I mean, they're still the top of their game, and I think they're starting to get used to it now, aren't the players? They're playing in empty stadiums. I think they're probably adjusted. Oh, I don't know if that was a slow ball, but it turned around Shreyas Iyer, and he ended up getting a big leading edge, which was just wide of a diving Bhuvi Kumar on his follow through. End of the over, 3 overs, 10 for 1.
Apparently, the Premier League, you can't hear the crowd noise in the stadium.
I think that's good.
Yeah, me too.
There wouldn't be much point.
Leia says at least Danny Morrison is a quiet and very normal person off screen according to Zolt's cricket, whereas I'm pretty sure Peterson is annoying prick 24/7.
Yeah, more than likely.
Shame really, because he's such a great batsman.
Yeah, a lot of these people, really good ones, can often be quite arrogant, can't they? I guess there's a certain amount of ego that's required to be a really top level of sport.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the arrogance that people are complaining about in his commentary. Not that I've heard him. It's the repetition.
No, it's his voice.
General annoying.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we have a change in bowling. I'll give him a jingle after this. No, I won't, because he's pulled out. I'll give him a jingle now. It's this man.
Magister temerato, malum devoratrix, Tangarasu Natarajan.
Very uplifting.
From the Omen or something.
It's like from the Omen, yeah. I presume that's he's is he Sri Lankan, of Sri Lankan extract, even though he's Indian, and that is full name, I take it. Anyway, driven by Shikhar Dhawan out to cover where Bhuvi Kumar fields, and there is no run.
Yeah, I'm saying it's not a huge target, but you still have to go for it. You have to go from the very start. There's no point saying, well, let's just, see off the first few overs, especially with a power play up top. You've really got to look to it at the very least get the runs and over you need for the first 5 overs.
Well, yeah, ideally, I think you do want to do that. I think this kind of proves the point. It's not an easy wicket to bat on, as that defended out to it's to cover, and there's no run. The bookies now have Sunrisers favourites.
I'd still rather be chasing in this spot.
Yeah, I think so. You need someone to kick on, though, don't you? And reasonably quickly. Although I brought this up before, and I was hearing and this might have been KP. That's up in the air! Ooh, and just over mid-on. Who's up inside the circle from Shikhar Dhawan. Once again manages to get Bhuvi just over the infield. And it scoops down to the boundary at mid-on, long on, sorry, for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And you have to say, if he's actually on the edge of the 30-yard circle, which is about 4 or 5 yards behind him, that might have been a straightforward catch. This one is cut by Shikhar Dhawan. I presume there's a man out there at deep point. There is indeed. And it'll only be the one. 15 for 1.
Well, the two deep fielders.
Sorry,
Nestor. Go on.
They're plugging products on comms now. Not like that's a Dream 11 maximum, but in the middle of chatting about safely negotiating Rabada, they're breaking into the Ford Excreta is the safest car, negotiates all roads. Yada yada yada.
Yeah. That was they were. They were big plugging products.
Yeah. That would be extremely annoying, unless of course you want to pay us to do it, in which case it could be fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Large amounts of cash, and we'll do it. Driven by Shreyas Iyer, who's only got 1 off now 7 deliveries, as it's driven up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Chinese vegetable soup is lovely, by the way.
Are they paying you, Nestlers?
Sorry?
If they're
Nestlers would like to be sponsored by a toast manufacturer.
Well, that would be a bread manufacturer. Warburton's, they're quite well off.
Maybe Rusks.
What's your favourite bread, Nestlers?
I haven't had any since September the 2nd.
What's happened to toast? That's clipped out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Shreyas Iyer has got 1 off 8. Oof. What do you mean? You've not been eating toast since when?
I haven't. I've because of lockdown and being sort of stuck and sort of being a bit what's the word?
Locked down.
Yeah, I just thought, right, I haven't had any bread. I haven't had cakes. I haven't had anything. I've cut out all the shit sort of thing. No biscuits.
Toast isn't shit.
No, toast is.
It is when you put butter on it.
Oh, but toast and butter's great, man.
It is great, yeah, but I just haven't had it.
No, you can have 2 slices a day for breakfast. That's fine.
No, I have a banana and a yogurt.
Oh no.
No wonder you're in such a bad mood.
You turned into one of those nestlers. What the fuck's happened to you? You go down to the South Pole and you turn into one of those. Banana and yogurt.
One of them.
Well, this is my last over for the time being. I'm off for a couple of stints. After this, it'll be Fred Nestlers and Tony taking over. Ahmed is in and again driven through the Shikadawan's the man on fire here. Drives that on the up through the covers. Diving Kane Williamson at cover. Cannot pull a paw on it. It might have been in the air as it went past him with an amazing catch. Had he got anything on it, but I think it was wide of him anyway. And it races away to the boundary for 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's a good shot. Proper cricket shot.
There's a proper cricket shot. On the up. Square drive. Nice shot.
Well, for the last over, the 2 outfielders were square on both sides of the wicket.
Yeah. Again, he's kind of into that slot. They've got a heavy umbrella field on the offside. They obviously want him playing there, but that's his strength too. Driven at Kane Williamson again at cover.
No one wants a heavy umbrella, especially if it's very windy.
No. Oh, well, a heavy umbrella when it's windy might be quite good instead of going inside out. There's a backward point.
It holds you back, doesn't it?
They're changing the field now. Third man's coming in. Point's going in. They're going out deep on the square cover boundary. Cover is still in and a wide mid-off. So still 4 inside the ring on the offside with the man out on the boundary. I presume there's someone out sort of cow deep mid-wicket area as well. Crosses stumps, goes Shikadawan, plays it, tries to get it through mid-wicket. Doesn't get it one enough to get it past the infield, but he will get a single. Moves on to 16, and DC on to 19 for 1. And it's all looking good. One is showing us the...
They're showing us the wrong team's batting order.
Yeah, they are showing us. They're showing us Williamson and Samad in. Bad graphics, boys. I have to say that I thought Kane Williamson batted fantastic, and that it's not all about hitting sixes. He is class enough to be able to pick the gap in the field, get it over the infield, fine, and just score runs. He's an absolutely class batsman. Well, Shreyas Iyer is obviously losing the plot here because he's got 1 off 9. He's wiggled around in the crease, back and across, trying to put the bowler off. Ahmed just bowled it foolish outside off stump. He tried to smear it, didn't get much on it, and it went off to mid-off. And there was no run as he was up in the circle. He's 1 off 9, Shreyas Iyer. And Trevor Bayliss, well, never shows much emotion. Ahmed, that's on the pad, slower ball, and I think he's got an inside edge onto pad. And it's wheedled its way down to the very fine leg boundary for 4 runs.
I think you're a bit unfair to him there. I think it was a genuine leg glance and a good shot.
No, yeah, you're right, actually. Okay, I take that back. It was. I thought it got the inside edge and taken the pad. I think he was trying to play that shot. I just didn't think he'd hit it particularly well, but he did.
It's funny because people who are struggling and looking to hit the ball hard don't tend to play touch shots like that.
No.
So, well done.
And this time, finally, gets another one out through the offside. It's not going to make it to the boundary. Oh, a bit of a shenanigans going on, and a better. Oh God Almighty! Well, let's have a look here. This is going to be interesting. It's going to go upstairs, of course, as you were talking about earlier. Yep, PTM get another big fucking slap on the screen.
They're not paying us, though.
They're not paying us. Yeah.
When was the last time you saw an umpire give a decision at leg umpire without going upstairs? When they've got the technology.
I can't remember. I don't actually mind it for run outs. I got to say
it never happens, does it?
He's in anyway.
Yeah, Martin, look, that guy there could have given that as not out, couldn't he?
I think, well, you know, it's a lot easier to see it on. I don't think it's so easy on in real time.
Well, that wasn't that very close. That was a couple of feet. And now that your bat is allowed to bounce, there's even less reason to go upstairs. After you've grounded it behind the line, it doesn't matter if it's bounced. Once upon a time, you could have theoretically been out, even though you crossed the line.
Going to square leg is just a rest. You don't have to do anything, do you?
Certainly is when I do it. Yeah.
All you need to do is do this.
Well, you'd rather be chasing.
I tried to get my teammates to wear sort of GoPro cameras on their caps when they're umpiring, so we could have a look at the decisions afterwards, or even in real time.
Well, that's what Brian Barish suggested.
Yeah, it's not the technology's there, but we'd probably find out that the umpires weren't looking where they were supposed to be most of the time, to be fair.
Right, well, I'm backing you, Fred, even though I think I'm wrong. I'm going to go with you. Driven by Sheriff's Eye out to the edge of the circle, and there is no run.
It's me commentating. Your 5 overs are up.
Oh, that's right, I'm off. See ya.
See you, Bear. But you're not going anywhere. Tony's back in the house. Always great to have Tony, the man with all the facts and the figures.
Sometimes.
And Nestlers, as is his destiny today, is sat over there in the Arctic or the Antarctic, reading your tweets, shivering like nobody's business. Natarajan bowls a full ball, and it's driven. He's driven it into a big gap. I don't think he timed it all that well. He was a bit early on the shot, but it didn't matter because there was nobody there. It's gone down to the boundary, 4 runs. Well, Shreyas had 1 run from 9 deliveries. He's now got 12 from 13, which is not ideal, but it's looking a damn sight better for him. And it all started off with that lovely little leg glance. So I like a good leg glance. As Natarajan bowls to him, and it's driven into the offside, a little bit outer half of the bat, goes straight to cover. No run, 31 for 1, halfway through the 6th over. Tony, you are summarising. What's going on? Any idea?
We don't know.
5 overs, 30 odd. Well, I think we can tell you that.
Washington.
It's the Sunrisers and the Capitals. 31 after just over 5 overs.
It's a full ball from Natarajan, and Shreyas Iyer tries to angle it down to third man. There's a good sprawling stop from Mr. Ralco there at short third man, but they do get a single. 32 for 1, 5.4 overs gone.
I mean, remember that the Delhi Capitals weren't. The Sunrisers didn't exactly go like a bullet from a gun, did they? With Warner and Bairstow, it was Williamson that had to come in and really create the acceleration.
Natarajan.
That said, the run rate. Oh wait.
Full toss, and it's driven back at him. It hits him on the thigh. They come through for a single. There's a shy at the stumps. Unfortunately for PayTM, it doesn't hit the stumps. It can't be sent upstairs. But let's see if the bowler's all right. Yeah, he's walking back all right, even though he took one off the upper leg. So a single to Dewan. Let's have a look where that hit him. Sorry, Tony. It was a full toss, and it was driven back at him.
Right on the.
Was it lower leg? Was it near the ankle? Actually, that could be tricky if you kept that in the wrong spot. But,
I was just going to say the key thing is to always look at what the required run rate is doing. It's going up slightly, just over 9 at the moment.
Good commentary tips there from Tony, as this is angled into the offside. Straight to point, but they still come through for the single. The end of 6 overs, 34 for 1. Nestlers, what are the people saying?
Well, Nitin Bajaj is wondering what the point of living is if you can't have toast. But Diana Patterson says banana and yoghurt is her favourite breakfast. But also, Nitin Bajaj tells us that the square leg umpires are instructed not to give them out on the field because of the advertising.
Oh, that's appalling.
Both batsmen are at the same end.
But not surprising.
Sometimes it happens both batsmen stand up the wrong end of the pitch, and the bails are taken off at the other end. Let's go upstairs and have a look at that.
That would be embarrassing, wouldn't it? Because if they're instructed to do it, they'd go like this, and everyone would be going, what?
It wouldn't be the most embarrassing thing that goes on over the next 28,000 weeks or however long this competition is going on.
There must be some rule or allowance for things that are so crystal clear that they don't need reviewing.
We're going to change your bowling there. Sorry to wake you up over there in Sydenham. Abhishek will be bowling. Time for some spin. We're out of the power play. So let's see what Shreyas Iyer and Shikhar Dhawan can do with this. Let's play his jingle, if you can find it. Nope. Can't find it. First ball is chipped up to deep mid-off for an agreed single, as our good friend Manny Cohen would call it. Abhishek Sharma bowling slow left arm. It's the first spin we've seen in this innings.
It's Abhishek, man, he's really young.
Next ball is digged up to mid-on again. Long run comes up to field. A single. That's a Radiohead jingle. Nestless, you seen that in concert?
Loads of times.
He's in again round the wicket, and this time it's worked through mid-wicket region by Shreyas Iyer for a single out to the man on the cow boundary.
I even went to Florence to see them once.
Right, how's Florence? She doing well? All over the place, okay. But it sounds like you and Diana oh dear, as this is dragged, an attempted absolute smear by Shikhar Dhawan over deep mid-wicket, gets an under edge, goes down to fine leg. They do come through for a single anyway, but that was not particularly edifying. Came down the wicket and tried to hit him over cow corner across the line, and just dragged it past his leg stump to fine leg. The next ball is well outside the leg stump, and this is going to be not just one wide, but it's going to be a few. Oh, it's actually just going to be two, because it's chased back by the fine leg fielder. So 2 wides, bonus runs there. Yeah, Bairstow didn't get a glove on it. Not the first time you heard that on Guerrilla Cricket commentary. And the tallish slow left arm bowler bowls. It's played through the offside quite sweetly by the left-handed Dhawan. They walk a single. 41 for 1, last ball of the 7th over about to be bowled. And the run rate is exactly 6. That's the run rate they are currently playing at. This is a shorter ball that's whipped through the leg side, again down to deep mid-wicket for another single. The end of the 7th over, it's 42 for 1. Shreyas has 17, Dhawan 21.
His third season in the IPL is for Abhishek. He's didn't take any wickets in 2018. In fact, he didn't get a bowl, but he took a wicket in both 2019 and 1 so far in this one. Reasonably economic.
Upward trajectory.
Yeah.
Some people might even call it exponential growth.
Well, indeed, he won last year, and he's got one early on this year.
Oh, he's looking to double his tally.
Strike rate of 18, not bad.
Nitin Bajaj said, go upstairs, both batsmen at the same end, go upstairs and check who's out.
Yeah, that does happen sometimes.
Yeah. Brian Barry says he likes peanut butter with bananas, which I do as well. Don't tell Hendo.
I don't like bananas at all, actually.
When was the last time there were 2 batsmen at the crease without headgear, says Nitin.
Yeah, good point. We have to ask our headgear correspondent, Roger McCann, who hasn't been on for a while, but if you're listening, Rog. Hello. We've got spin from the other end now, and the bear is going to jingle him up. Eventually.
Rashid Khan, yes please, the best off-time bowler in the whole silly world, yeah. Rashid Khan, yes please, what you gonna do when he bowls to you, yeah. He's the dream of Afghanistan.
The first ball is a leg break, which is prodded at and missed by Shreyas Iyer. That was just turned a little bit, and Bairstow was fooled for a moment, but he did get the gloves on it, so well done you. Rashid in again. Bowls, and this is chipped over cover and straight into the hands of the deep cover. A wicket off his second ball for Rashid Khan, and that's the end of Shreyas Iyer. Well, the second wicket has fallen. I'm not sure if it's come in time for the Bear to win his bet. Shake your head or nod. He's shaking his head. So all this wonderful feel-good from the early wicket has dissipated in down Sydenham way. But Rashid Khan is delighted. He's picked up a wicket. He hasn't yet conceded a run. And 42 for 2 off 7.2. 17 off 21 from Shreyas Iyer. He started so he looked as though he was building up his pace. But he's been cut down, caught by Samad, a very simple catch running in from the deep cover boundary. Tony.
Well, Rashid Khan and Mohammad Nabi actually are the most frugal bowlers in the IPL since 2019. 6.4 the an over is the economy rate for Rashid Khan. So he's extremely effective. Had a best of 3 for 19, I think, but that was back in 2017 against the now defunct Gujarat Lions.
Right, well, we've got a new batsman coming into the crease, and the Bear will jingle him up. That was it. Okay. It is Rishabh Pant coming out to join Shikhar Dhawan, a man with quite some reputation in the shorter forms of the game. But he's not going to be... Is he going to be on strike? He shouldn't be. How did they not cross whilst the ball was going out there? No, he's not on strike. Dhawan is on strike. 21 off 18, and Rashid will be bowling to the left-handed Dhawan. He's up, bowls a shorter ball, whipped through the leg side, just behind square. There is a deep backward square leg, so just a single brings the new batsman Rishabh Pant onto strike.
Ryan Barish tells us that when they first put pro soccer on in America, they told the players to milk their injuries so they could fit the commercials in. Northern Ireland, Danny Bamsvale was commentating and blasted the tactic openly on air.
Danny Blanchflower. Wow, that's going back a bit.
Well, it's when, remember the New York Cosmos and all that stuff.
Oh, of course, yes.
They were told to stay down so they could get TV commercials in.
Fair enough. There are no natural breaks in the... Well, there weren't at those times. Nowadays you can have VAR for 5 minutes to get around that. But Rashid Khan, and then get a lousy decision at the end of it. Bowls to the left-handed Pant, drops it into the leg side, thinks of a single. There isn't one there, so this has been a very good over so far. It's been one wicket, one dot from Rashid Khan.
Jersey Jingler completely forgot he did that Radiohead jingle, and he saw them on the Benz tour in a small venue in Philadelphia. Might be my favourite ever concert.
Outside the off stump, what happened there? Did it beat him, or
it was the googly? I think. Fred.
I sort of lost track of that.
Oh no, it wasn't. It was a. Oh, well, they were looking at previous deliveries.
They were looking at previous, unless it's.
But I think that one was the googly.
Yeah, so good over from Rashid Khan as he completes it with a dot ball. The ball is just played back to him along the ground. He chips it back to the keeper, and the end of a spectacular over from Rashid Khan. He's got 1 for 1 off 1 overs. All the ones, 1 eye, 1 ear, 1 leg, 1 whatever. 43 for 2 off 8 overs.
Well, that run rate's touched 10 now, and they're only going a shade over 5, so they need a little acceleration fairly swiftly, I reckon.
Leslie, what have you got for us?
I've got a funny Radiohead concert story for you. Me and my mate went up to see them. Well, we didn't have tickets. We went up. They were playing Shepherd's Bush Empire, quite a small venue for them, and the tickets were stupid prices. We just sort of went up there on the off chance, see if we could get anything. This guy came storming up to us and said, "Are you looking for tickets?" And we said, "Yeah." And he said, "Well, take these 2." And we were like, "Hang on, mate, do you want any money?" He said, "No, I've fucking just split up with that bitch of a girlfriend of mine. She's not fucking going in. You haven't." And just stormed off with the girlfriend in tow, shouting at him. So we got 2 free tickets.
Every cloud, as they say, has a silver lining.
It was like, I thought, this can't be real. But they were genuine tickets.
That's what most of our listeners are saying. As Abhishek starts a new over, it's the left arm bowler to a left arm batsman. It's chipped up. And just short of the long off. Of the
if he meant that was a beautifully judged pitching wedge, wasn't it?
I don't think he meant that, but I think he was slightly beaten in the flight and just chipped it up to just beyond the edge of the circle, and long off was back couldn't get it in time, so single to Dewan. Let's see what Pant can do to Abhishek Sharma, who's bowling over the wicket to him. He goes back and cuts, and he can't beat them. Oh, he does beat the man at short extra cover. Mid-off has to come round to deep, wide mid-off to field that. They come back for 2 runs. Pant is off the mark. 2 off 4, 46 for 2.
Got a strike rate of about 160 across his IPL career. Does Rishabh Pant only about 125 for Shikhar Dhawan. So clearly Pant's probably going to be the man charged with getting things moving a bit.
So the next ball is a straighter ball on middle stump, and it's turned into the leg side. There is a mid-wicket who's herring in, preventing a run. So, free tickets for a Radiohead gig at the Shepherd's Bush. I hope it was a good gig at the end of that.
Oh, it's fantastic. It was just such a funny thing to happen.
As the next ball is a repeat of the last one. Straight ball turned to short mid-wicket, no run. Pant has 2 off 6, and he may be getting ants in the proverbial
ant region,
as this is going to be a single to him as he just leans forward and dinks this up to deep mid on. Is that the end of the over? No, there's 1 ball to go. 47 for 2, 1 ball left of the 9th over, and the run rate dropping. It's now 5.32. That's the run rate that they are scoring at, as the hatless Dhawan faces up to a shorter ball. It's dragged down, but again he can only play it up to long on for single at the end of the 9th over. 48 for 2, and they're behind the rate are the Delhi Capitals.
Well behind it.
Anybody?
The Twitter sphere has gone quiet for a minute. I shall have a look on Cricket Tracker. Anson Jose says hi.
Hello.
Hi.
And Madan Mohan Sharma is with us.
Maybe you should unblock Jay Grover. If
he hasn't been on today at all.
He's probably got 8 hours of tweets that haven't been getting through.
Andy Castro, of course, is with us on YouTube, as he always is. Seems a low score after 4 innings in a row of 200 plus. Well, we'll see. Wajahat Hussain says, hi guys, what's the behaviour of the wicket? What are your thoughts on the total?
I shall turn that over to our expert summariser, Tony Bishop.
I would say 160 is probably competitive. I'm just looking at how many teams have won by chasing that down, and it's not that many. So I think it's probably about par.
About par. Mm-hmm. Well, we're into a 5th set on Roland Garros with Query and Rublev. Query was 2 sets to love up. Rublev has come back to level the match.
We are in a strategic timeout. The strategy involved is to get as many adverts in as possible. Exactly. So we should use the opportunity to say that we are an organisation that's funded by our listeners voluntarily, unlike the BBC where you have to pay otherwise or you get sent to prison. So if you think that you'd like to ship us a few quid, you can go to our Patreon page, patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, and make a little regular donation there, even if it's as little as a couple of dollars a month. You could also send money via PayPal to guerrillacricket@gmail.com. You could go to our website where we have a store with merchandise available. We also have an archive where you can pay us a certain amount of money. I think it's £20 a year, and for that you can get access to all the commentaries we've ever done and have remembered to press the record button on, which is now going back, I think we're in our 7th year of Guerrilla Cricket, so there's a hell of a lot of listening to. If you've got a relative in a coma or something, you want to keep them interested, by playing some talk to them, then, maybe try it. And you never know, they might hate it so much, they might wake up from the coma.
That's a great
it's medically proven. We're
back to the Smiths again and their great hit, Listener in a Coma.
Grandmother in a coma, I played a Guerrilla Cricket and she woke up.
If you ever get a chance to listen to a clip, find it on YouTube. It's Tony Hawk's the comedian singing one song to the tune of another on I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue on the BBC, where he's singing the words of Girlfriend in a Coma to Tiptoe Through the Tulips, and it's 2.5 minutes of absolute sterling comedy.
It is funny. I might have misled you slightly, by the way, on the average first inning score. The average first inning score in international cricket, not domestic, is 137 at the Sheikh Zayed Stadium.
Jake Grover's turned up.
So well ahead of that.
We've awoken the Kraken.
He said, I didn't know I was blocked. Was he blocked?
No, you weren't.
It was a joke, Grover.
Figure of speech.
Oh, I'm still listening, just sober.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, right. Right, well, that won't last long. Anyway, the strategic timeout has ended. We'll probably now get 30 seconds of looking at a car, which we tend to do at the end of timeouts, for no apparent reason. But the score, 48 for 2 off 9 overs. 115 are needed off 66 deliveries. And it's fair to say that's going to be a bit of an ask as Rashid Khan, to start his second over, he's up to the wicket now and bowls a leg break which comes into the left-handed batsman, and it cramps him, to be fair. He goes back and can only sort of under-edge it into his pads. No run.
Rishabh Pant hasn't hit a 6 in this IPL yet,
Pants,
or indeed in T20 this year.
Another leg break coming into the left-hander, and the same result, another dot ball. Every dot ball is going to start playing on the batsman's minds, confidence, and their consideration of their ability to get this target. As he's up to the wicket now, the Afghani, and this is outside the leg stump, and it's swept quite sweetly and timed beautifully. And even though there was a man at deep backward square leg, he couldn't make the 10 yards to his left to field that, and it's a rare boundary.
2 + 2 is no man.
For some reason, Shikhar Dhawan is now wearing a helmet to Rashid Khan, which is probably not justified by the pace that's being bowled at him, as he bowls again. Again, the leg break tucks up Dhawan. .4 this over, not good enough.
Interchange between the two, the non-striking batsman and Rashid Khan. I wonder what that was about.
I don't know. As Khan bowls again, and this is dragged into the leg side. Not a very elegant shot by Dhawan. Out to wide-ish long on for a single. 53 for 2. Last ball of the 10th over, last ball of my commentary stint. Somebody will be coming in. No, Nestless is there. He's there all day.
I think it's me, actually.
Is anybody else? Let me have a look. Is Hendo still alive? Blimey.
Endo summarising. You're on social, Fred. Nestlers is having a well-earned break. Yes.
That would be hilarious. As this is pushed past the short extra cover. Fielder for a single. That's 10 overs complete. Delhi Capitals 54 for 2. Pant has 4 off 8. Dhawan has 29 of 26. Tony, take it away.
Well, I will, yes. Now, Rishabh Pant actually likes a couple of these Delhi bowlers. He has his great records against both Kumar and Rashid Khan. Averages 65 versus Kumar with a strike rate of 250, and he averages 54 and a strike rate of 146 versus Rashid Khan. So you have to balance that against the fact that he's on an incredibly long streak without hitting a 6, and hope that perhaps he comes good against these two, because at the moment I think it's fair to say that the Capitals are behind where they need to be. But we are welcoming back Fred, who's like the poor always with
gone anywhere.
But also, of course, Hendo.
Hello.
Who is summarising, bringing general wisdom as Abhishek is in, left arm over the wicket, and it's just pushed to mid-on, and there's no run. So 4 off 9 so far for Rishabh Pant. He needs to get a bustle on, and he hasn't shown particularly much sign of doing it yet. This one is flicked away. Abhishek goes herring after it to field off his own bowling, and restricts Pant to another single, so it'll bring Shikhar Dhawan on to strike, who's himself only going ahead. Oh look, and there's Wurzel Gummidge. Oh no, it's not, it's Trevor Bayliss, but nonetheless he is clearly being interviewed about something. He's still got, it doesn't matter what colour kit he wears, it still looks like it doesn't quite fit him.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
It's not a flattering cut.
And that one, well, has that gone? Oh, it was wide, and it was of the leg stump of Shikhar Dhawan. He pulled it, and short fine leg, turned and ran and couldn't get to it, so it will net Shikhar Dhawan 2, and we're back looking at Wurzel Bayliss one more time.
You say it was Wurzel Bayliss, but it's put you off because you've convinced yourself that was a right-handed batsman. It was that left-handed batsman playing reverse sweep. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's because I was so transfixed by the clothes horse that is Trevor Bayliss, as that one is flicked down to mid-on. And there's a single taken.
What do they call it? Fashion shows. What do they call it? The walkway. What do they call it?
The run.
The catwalk.
It's a
catwalk. Yeah, I think you should Trevor Bayliss on a catwalk.
Well, yes, it'd be interesting, wouldn't it? And this one is pulled down to deep square leg by the left-hander. It's another single. He looks like a man who's covered himself in super glue and flung himself through the window of an Oxfam shop, to be honest. But nonetheless,
if we had jingles for coaches, we could have "You Wear It Well" by Rod Stewart.
we don't know what it is because it's so shapeless. This one was looking to be pulled by Dewan, but it was through him quite quickly. It's good over this by Abhishek. He's mixing it up very nicely. Was just a single. 60 for 2. And
I mean,
that run rate will be climbing.
I think we said, didn't we? We said 162 actually was probably a pretty good score on this pitch, and it's looking that way. I mean, you can't.
When you look at the averages for international cricket, it's in excess of those by about 30 odd runs.
Well, I suppose you would expect, in the international cricket. Well, I mean, you can't really say in the IPL. You've got a lot of world-class players, haven't you? So it's a difficult one.
Well, that is its better. That's its beauty. Is you do have often the world's best against the world's best.
Yes.
I mean, look, we had an absolute dream performance by Kane Williamson today. He came. Well, you and I were on Hendo. He came to the crease, and we thought, "Hello, this is not the role for him." And he clattered 40 odd in no time. That completely made a difference to the innings, didn't he?
Yeah, 41 of 26, and I mean that's definitely the innings of the day so far. I mean, it may be that Shikhar Dhawan can shake himself up and go on here, but it's going to need something along those lines, isn't it?
Well, it's still going to be the leg break and googly wizardry of Rashid Khan. He's over the wicket and he's pulled by the left-handed Dhawan down to deep mid-wicket. There is a man down there. There will just be a single. So
I think
61 for 2.
I think what makes Rashid really difficult to play, not just, his obviously ability with the ball, but he gets through his overs so quickly. Even when he's been hit, he gets the ball back. He's back at his run. He's turning before the batsman's, settled, and that's batsmen don't like that really.
No, he's in again, and this one is flicked away by Pant down just past that square leg umpire. It'll be another easy single, but they need to be looking for more than easy singles to haul this chase into the realms of the achievable. Yesterday,
does he
of course,
bowl at that pace? Does he bowl at that pace of bowling when he's getting tonked, or does he take longer about it?
It's a good question. Doesn't often get.
That is a good question. Well, smart work behind the stumps by Johnny Bairstow. I think Shikhar Dhawan's foot was well rooted, but nonetheless, we're going to have a PayTM exploration of that. Even though not too many people seem remotely interested, it was a bit of a half-hearted shout by Bairstow.
It looked like the umpire actually gave that not out, and they had to use a review, which is very rare because normally they go upstairs for all line decisions.
Well, Bairstow has his helmet off. Not that would tell us one thing or the other.
I'm wondering whether we could think of some way that we could use these breaks in play to advertise something and make a lot of money for ourselves.
We could tell people that they can bet, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, I saw them talking about the fact that Dream 11 are involved in this as the chief sponsor, and it's because they're considered a game of skill as opposed to...
they went up the court behind, not stump.
Did they? Well, let's have a look. You're right, Fred. No flies on you.
Right,
and,
said Fred.
There is, I think, a little hint of an outside edge there.
Which is why
he's going to be given out.
And why they reviewed.
Yeah. Well. Shikhar Dhawan is gone. Completely foxed all of us. Probably that Bairstow who took it whipped the bails off so quickly that we were all absolutely convinced of a stumping. But I think to give Johnny Bairstow his credit on that occasion, he did know what he was appealing for.
He appealed to the bowling umpire, not the square leg umpire, which suggests that he knew it was caught.
Yeah, indeed. Well done him. Shikhar Dhawan's gone for 34 off 31. He is caught. Bairstow. Oh, wizardry.
A couple of
let's go there.
tweets.
Yeah, go on.
Nitin Bajaj says he got a free ticket to an Eric Johnson gig in Denver, Colorado this past January because a couple's friend didn't show up. Front row too. Life is good sometimes. Well, not for the person who didn't show up. And Mark says, have a relative in a coma, play them the GC archive is a classic unique selling proposition. I think you can cancel our interview, Tony Bishop. No marketing will do better than that.
Okay, well there we are then. No, I don't want to cancel that interview. I'm looking forward to it. But nonetheless, it's an interesting idea, isn't it? We could
another
rewrite
thread to our
science.
bow to mix some metaphors.
Yes, we could rewrite medical science, couldn't we? Shimron Hetmeyer is the man with the entertaining haircut. Nice bit of colouring on the top. Looks like a plate. There.
I'm Shimron Hetmeyer. Sounds like an Israeli president.
Well, there indeed. And he's off the mark immediately by pushing that to mid-on and helping himself to a single strike rate of 112.8.
Has he been rooming
97
with
runs and 150s?
Has he been rooming with Raheem Cornwall on tour somewhere?
Well, I think it was quite a subject of discussion in the CPL as well. The corpulent
he's filled out.
Premier League. That one is looking to be pulled by Pant. Doesn't get hold of it at all, and it sort of dribbles its way to short square leg. Fine piece of bowling again, and these two are continuing well where the predecessors have left off, really. David Warner looks extremely happy with life, so he should. I think his team are in control of this at the moment. This is driven back to Rashid Khan on the bounce by Pant, and Rashid Khan fielded that really rather well because it didn't half come in at a lick. So it's the end of the over. It's 63-3, and the most social of social media readers, Fred Titmus, will give you some updates.
We're up to date on Twitter and we're up to date on YouTube. So let's get some expert summary from Nigel Henderson.
That's like called passing the buck, isn't it? Really?
Yep.
Yes. This is tricky now for Delhi. I can't see. They've got players out there in Pant and in Hetmeyer who can hit heavy balls, but Pant looks horribly out of touch, doesn't he? Something I've noticed about him, you're talking about the slightly more rotund Hetmeyer than we've been used to, but I've noticed that Rishabh Pant is actually, for a wicketkeeper, he's got a hell of a fast bowler's arse.
Has he?
I think you should have a look at that.
Appropriate given the name, one would dare to suggest.
Big hips. Have a look at the hips.
Okay, well, we'll see. We were discussing fashion earlier and catwalks.
Was that expert enough for you?
It was brilliant. Judge got a wicketkeeper by his swinging hips. Hetmeyer was going to work off a couple of pounds there because he had to really scurry that run as he pushed Abhishek away into the onside. Just gets a single. And it'll be the man with the swingingest of wicket-keeping hips, Rishabh Pant, who one suspects would use those hips to sashay his way down the catwalk, were he required to do so behind Trevor Bayliss, picking up bits of clothing that may have dropped off after they've been randomly thrown on Trevor. Ooh. Down the track comes Pant, pushed around the corner. Johnny Bairstow feels that, so shows you that it didn't go very far. They do get a single though.
Well, he was actually beaten by that.
Yeah, he got himself into trouble, didn't he, by coming down the wicket?
He did. He tried
to ping it down the leg side, and he had to adjust to just get some bat on it, stop himself being stumped.
Yeah, 98 now, the target. As this one is worked by Hetmeyer, just straight to mid-on. It's all very pedestrian, all very sedate, all very considered, and not very exciting. Which is why we've probably been talking about wicket-keepers' hips, Trevor Bayliss's wardrobe, and catwalks.
Are you trying to say that's not entertaining?
Well, that is entertaining. I'm saying we are entertaining because the cricket has yet really to set fire to itself. And that one was driven by Pant, but Abhishek, well, I think he might have warned that somewhere. Most sensible people would have attempted to get out of the way, and who knows, he might have been trying to, but it hit part of him. We're going to have a look. presumably on the bounce. Yes, it was.
Oh no,
just short.
No.
That's a catch.
2 hands to it.
This one, however, Pant has got hold of, and remember I said he hasn't hit a 6 for however many balls. Well, forget that now, because he has. Over mid-wicket, one of these.
Well, good news, I'd forgotten about it already, Tony. So
What? Which?
I have nothing to do now to forget it.
What, the 6 stat?
Yes, the 6 stat.
Well, it was a long time with no 6s for Rishabh Pant, but he's put that to rights. First 6 of this innings, in fact. 14 for him. In comes Abhishek. Pant's launched into this. He's got the taste now. That's up and over extra cover. Well, you know what they say. They're like London buses. Once one comes along, another one's going to follow it, and sure as eggs are eggs, it does. 6 more.
Well, they really needed that, and I mean, the other thing about that is just not purely getting those 12 runs off those last 2 balls, but hopefully that's what gets Pant going, really. Because they need him to be playing innings like this. This is a man who, I think, strike rate around about 160 in general. He's another one who, I mean, talking about his fast bowler's arse, he does also look like he's put on a bit of ballast since we last saw him.
Ballast.
Well,
It's only polite ways to say that, isn't it?
He's never been the most graceful of wicket-keepers.
No, he hasn't. I agree with you. I agree, but I do think he's actually. There are a number of players out there who don't look in the what's the word? Really,
peak condition.
First peak. Yeah, the peak of health. Put it that way, and that may be just because of what's been going on in the world for the last 6 months.
Nestless looked in peak condition. That's perhaps because he was actually on a peak of a mountain somewhere.
Nestless is always in some sort of peak.
78 for 3. That's 85 of 42 is the ask for the Delhi Capitals. And what can they do? Well, Hetmeyer sort of bunts this into the ground off the bowling of the new man bowling, which is Natajan. It's his second over, number 13 so far. It's a single for Hetmeyer. It will bring the now 6 crazed Rishabh Pant will be back on strike. And we would play a jingle for the new bowler, except the bear has gone for what looks like a fridge visit.
You should never leave your fridge open when there's a bear around.
Closely followed by another visit.
No, it wasn't. 79 for 3, number 13 for the new bowler, Natajan. New bowler, Mr. Jingler. Yes, you've got a nice can of Sneller. That's all very good, but we would like to hear a jingle for the Natajan.
Natarajan.
The Natarajan.
Natarajan.
Here he is.
Malum Devoratrix Tangarasu Natarajan.
To assume that's Mog's handiwork, is it? It has the ring of Mog. Pardon the expression. 79 for 3 as the Natarajan is in. Oh, that's a horrible delivery. It would have been a wide. I think there was enough bat on that by Pant to steer it down to long leg, and it will get him 4 runs.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
Yeah, Natarajan, I think he was looking for the Yorker. It wafted its way down leg side. And Johnny Bairstow, well, it would have been a sparkling stop to prevent that from going for 4. Although he did try his very best to prevent it, but he couldn't.
They were giving us leg byes.
They were giving us leg byes. I was sure he got some bat on that.
I thought he got bat on that as well, yeah.
Well, we all did, but nonetheless, the important thing is it's 4 to the score. 80 or 40. Now, we can all work out, can we not, that is 2 runs a ball. We should be able to figure that. This one is full. That was a well executed Yorker, and it's dug out by Pant out to mid wicket. 2 fielders converge, but they will only take a single. It's David Warner out there sporting his usual fine moustache.
Nitin
Some
Bajaj
have called it
says,
stupid.
wants to know if this is the highest combined poundage of 2 batsmen at the crease in the IPL.
Possibly. And Hetmeyer. I'm not sure Pant is particularly. He's not that tall, is he, Elishad Pant?
No.
But I do see what Hendo. Oh, when we're looking at Hetmeyer at the moment, who's also well stocked in the arse department. As this one is again full and driven straight to mid-on. David Warner, the captain of the Sunrisers, does the fielding, and it's the is it at the end of the over? It should be.
You're
And
listening
therefore
to Arse Watch on Guerrilla Cricket.
Arse Watch. Check out his arse. What film? Oh, that was Hot Fuzz, wasn't it?
I don't remember that. I must admit, I remember the film, but I don't remember that particular.
It was the less successful follow-up to the zombie one, wasn't it? The same people.
The zombie one. You mean Shaun of the Dead?
Shaun of the Dead. Yeah, I keep wanting to call this fellow Natterjack Toad.
Yes, I nearly did earlier. And he's in, and that's a bouncer, and it's high and taken well and given, I'm afraid, as a wide. I thought that was a reasonably well executed bouncer. It would have been in other forms of cricket, but not here. Natarajan. If you say Natarajan, then the Natterjack temptation doesn't creep in. You have to remember the enunciation of the Natarajan. 86 for 3. We're 4 balls into the 14th over. This one is steered down to deep point, and it will again just be a single taken. So he's been reasonably tidy. None for 17. 1 ball left of his 3rd over. Natarajan.
It's interesting, isn't it? The Pants 22 off 21. I mean, this is even after he's just hit 2 monstrous sixes.
Yeah,
he's
well,
still
without
struggling
those,
to be. He's still struggling to be able to run a ball, isn't he?
Yeah, no, very much so. Without those 2 sixes, as you rightly say, it would be poor indeed. He's waited a long time to hit those 6s, but he needs to keep doing it, or he needs to be working the 4s as well. That one again is rapid running by Hetmeyer as it was fielded by Natarajan off his own bowling, and Mr. Hetmeyer will be losing a pound or 2 that he may have accumulated in the CPL in the heat of Abu Dhabi, I would imagine. End of the over, and we will come to the sociable Fred.
Well, the anti-social Fred at the minute. We've just got the one tweet, which is Nitin Bajaj saying, wasn't the Aussie term for a fast bowler's rear end a shaminda?
A Chaminda Voss?
Apparently so. Chaminda, well, that's rhyming slang, isn't it?
It is, really. Yes.
Yeah. Chaminda Voss.
I like these 2 left armers that they've got. Khalid is one, and Nitter, I forgot his name now.
Natarajan. Natarajan, however you want to say it.
They're both whippy sort of left armers, aren't they? They hurry in, and then it's all in the action, really. They're not strongly built particularly. They're both quite slender, but they've got that whippy arm action.
Yes, they do indeed, and it is going to be. Oh, for some reason I've managed to lose my picture. There we go. We're going to see Ahmed, number 15 for him off his 2 overs so far. So he will be going at tick 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 tick. Mine like a computer. 7.5 and over so far. David Warner marshalling his field and waving. Whether anyone's paying any attention, I don't know. Probably not, because he has to keep doing it. I suspect he's not quite getting his. What is he doing now?
He's like being captain of a cult team. That's what it's like.
He's doing reverse silly walking, from what I can tell. The left armour is in and wide of a wild old swing, and given us wide indeed by umpire Sharma. Quite right too.
Wide.
They're not quite hitting his straps yet, the new bowler. Yeah, we're just looking at some highlights, but it is nice to see left armers. I completely agree, and operating in tandem is always unusual but fun. That one is hiked by Hetmeyer. Well, he sort of leapt back, and he nearly got 4 for it. 3 Sunrisers converge down on that deep extra cover boundary. One of them was the captain, David Warner. It will get 2 for Shimran. So again, he'll be having to work that excess poundage off.
I think he adjusted really well there, Hetmar.
He did. Now I
He was
look at it.
completely done by the pace of the ball, and then just managed to delay his shot and wait for it and put it over the top of extra cover. Otherwise, he could have got into quite a bit of trouble.
Yeah, he. It would have been very easy just to lock that up to a catch at cover, wouldn't it? And he managed to avoid that. And again, he plays this nicely, does Hetmyer, but is sent back by his partner Rishabh Pant. Hetmyer was all for another quick single. He's clearly got the. Maybe he's wearing his Fitbit today. That tells him he has to get his steps in for the day.
Getting his 10,000 steps. I don't think I've done 10,000 steps this year, let alone in a day. Since lockdown.
Most days I've managed to get close to it. Some days
Well, that's because you do your thing on the bottom stair every morning, isn't it?
I do. Well, I actually have a step when I'm not at Gorilla Towers. That one is pulled mightily and meatily over mid-wicket by Shimron Hetmyer. That is more like it. 6 pennyworth.
2, 4, 6.
Well, it was a bit of a gift, wasn't it?
Yeah,
full toss. Big full toss.
Great full toss.
But Hetmyer saw it, his eyes lit up. He swung, he connected.
His hair lit up.
74 metres worth. His hair lit up. Yes, that would be great. It'd be great if his hair was like a pair of zing bales. Whenever he got excited.
Oh, look at that! Look at that wonderful pun on the
Shimron Hetmyer.
Oh,
brilliant. Very good indeed. Ahmed is in again. Hetmyer has lofted this over extra cover. It's 6 more. It's raining sixes after the drought.
Really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
Now again, Hendo, that was beautiful the way he executed that. You've got to say.
Again, I think he was done by the slow pace of it, but he just waited for it. Now he's a bit more confident. He's seeing the ball a bit better, and then he really let rip, didn't he?
He did. He did. Yes.
Fabulous shot.
Again, it was very similar to that one where we were talking about before, where he had to adjust. Trevor Bayliss, the Taylor shot dummy, has sat there looking all a bit of a shambles. And
I've got to bring you some
shrugging.
I've got to bring you some information about the Trevor Bayliss interview. That's going on Twitter at the moment.
Oh, please do. I expect they're asking where he does his shopping. As this one is again met by Hetmyer, steered away through cover. They'll only get 2 this time. They may only have settled for 1. Yes, they did. Cautious running. 59 needed off 31. We are approaching, I think, the end of my stint. Are we not?
I just saw, I think, a journalist tweeting about on a scale of 1 to 10 about how much Trevor Bayliss wanted to be there doing that interview halfway through the innings.
It was low, I'd imagine.
He was a minus 756. And he couldn't wait to get off. He said, "Is that it? Let me off."
Is that it? I need to go and
he doesn't
adjust
like
my
to,
clothes.
He doesn't like to be questioned either, does he, Trevor Bayliss? He's not a man who wants to give up much to the media.
Grumpy. Ahmed in, bottom edge by Pant, down to leg slip, very short, fine leg, and there will be no run. It's a dot ball to finish. 104 for 3. Pant 22, Hetmyer 21. The target, of course, 163, and there are 5 overs left. 59 needed off 30. The next voice will be the inimitable, the unique Nigel Henderson.
Am I? Okay, I like to be unique. 104 for 3. Pant has 22 from 22. Hetmyer now 21 from 11. They've both got going in the last 2 or 3 overs. A couple of sixes for each of the left-hand batsmen. Bhuvi Kumar is going to come back into the attack. Got the wicket of Prithvi Shaw earlier. First wicket he's got in this year's IPL.
Should we play him a jingle?
2 to go. Yeah, absolutely.
He got turned over from North, a better bat than we thought. He got Bhuvi Kumar's eyes.
What I will say at the end of this game, if it's quite close, the weightier prospect of Pant and Hetmyer has cost them a couple of runs here, actually. If you look at the way that Bairstow and Warner were running, and those little ones that went infield, they're always going for 2. These guys are always, they're halfway back, but they decide not to.
Kumar bowls this wide. He's done well to reach that. He may have just lofted it up too long off, and it's taken at the second attempt by the man running in and running to his right. And Bhuvi Kumar has his second wicket with his first ball of a new spell. And Hetmeyer just looked like he was beginning to feel some form coming back. Has gone for 21.
How's that? You missed about, I called you out. How's that?
Tried it once too often, didn't he? Didn't get away with it that time. It was stretching a long way from his body. He cleared the front foot and was stretching a long way outside his off stump. Couldn't quite get enough bat on it, eh? And
no, well, that's always the problem when it is pushed up that wide, and you've given yourself room, a little bit of room outside leg stump. You're then struggling to reach it, aren't you? And you're struggling to get it in the middle of the bat, and therefore you often toe end it, don't get the distance that you're hoping for. Hetmeyer was caught, as I say, at the second attempt by Manish Pandey. We're going to have a strategic time out will be taken, and I was going to say perhaps someone could bring us up with some tweets, but I'm not sure that we've got any.
Well, Brian Keeser.
We have one.
Oh, go on.
Nitin Bajaj says he looks like a lefty Des Haynes hitting that 6 over cover, did Hetmeyer.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. Yes, he's I mean, Desi Haynes was a pretty stocky build. Not quite as stocky as Hetmeyer is at the moment. Yeah. Well, they put themselves back in a position here of having some hope. 59 off 30 balls, but losing Hetmeyer like that is going to make it a hell of a lot more difficult now, I think, for Delhi. We may be about to see Sunrisers get off the mark this tournament.
Well,
Delhi Capitals held back from romping further ahead or at the top of the IPL table.
Well, who's going to be the next man in? And would it not be?
That is a good question.
This man, wouldn't it?
All the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis. He's the solution, and all the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis. Yeah.
That's a good call. That's a good call. I think it probably will be him, and he is a man who can
finish,
play big shots, isn't he?
Yeah, he is definitely a finisher.
Yeah. So maybe all is not lost for the Delhi quite yet, but
he could certainly get a 50 off 20 balls, which would be enough, wouldn't it? Roughly, near enough.
Yeah, I mean he got that 50, didn't he? Was it in the first game that we saw? He got
that was 20
late on in the day.
24 balls
coming in,
or something, wasn't it?
20 odd balls and hitting a 50. I mean, he got the team going from a position which wasn't particularly impressive. So yeah, he's definitely got those shots. And he's a man who's been playing a bit more cricket than some of the others, by being in England for that Australia tour. So yeah, I don't think you can write Delhi off, and especially after what we've seen in the last couple of days, where teams have come extremely strongly in the last 4 or 5 overs. More difficult here because the pitch is slower, but they're still there with a chance.
Can I just say, Nessa's got very quickly from the Antarctic to what? Is that Hawaii now you're in?
Yeah, I just got on the old surfboard and got out of there.
Yeah, good man. I like it.
I'd love to see you surfing through that one, Nestlers. Can you? No. You're off your board, mate. You're in the tumble dryer now, mate. Bhuvi Kumar will bowl to Rishabh Pant. They obviously crossed while that catch was in the air. So Stoinis is the man who's come out, but Pant it is to face. 59 required from 29 balls, and the ever immaculate Bhuvi is in. He offers it up wide outside the off stump, and Pant goes through with a shot without much foot movement, but gets it down to Manish Pandey, this time all the way along the ground, so it's just a single. 105 for 4, Pant to 23, and Stoinis will get ready for his first ball, just taking guard. He's into his 32nd IPL match, 531 runs, a couple of 50s, one of those coming at the beginning of this tournament. He could do with a third today, I would suggest, although he probably hasn't got enough runs to get a 50, but if he can get 35 of them, that would be no end of good for Delhi. Anyway,
it's all doable. 50 runs in 5 overs, and this at the death of a T20 is not unthinkable by any stretch.
No, and they still do have a number of wickets in hand, although I think their tail starts quite high. Amit Mishra, I think, coming in at 8. He's in, bowls to Stoinis. Stoinis cuts powerfully and well, and he's got it away from the man who was on the fence at cover and brought himself 4 from his first ball. So that eases a little bit of the pressure. He played that very well, actually. Just given a bit too much width, and he was able to cut it back of the man at cover point on the boundary. He settles down again. He's got a little bit squarer. Bouvier, and he comes right across his stumps there, and then tries to whip it away, hit on the pad. It's one of those where he could get into trouble because the inner side of the pad is still in line with the stumps, but he didn't on this occasion. But he does get a leg by, so Delhi moved to 110 for 4. Bhuvi Kumar 2 for 12 now, his figures.
He's a beefy chap, Stoinis, isn't he?
To date this year. Sorry?
He's a beefy chap.
Yeah, he's a good hitter. I mean, I remember seeing that innings, wasn't it, Australia against New Zealand, where he absolutely smashed it at Eden Park. Now, Pant is trying to play the reverse paddle to a ball outside the off stump and makes no contact. It bounces a second time on the way through to Bairstow, and there is no run. 53 required from 25.
Almost kept up with the rate for the last, 2-3 overs? Interestingly enough.
More or less, yeah. I mean, they had a couple of good overs, didn't they, when they had 2 sixes apiece in consecutive overs. He smashed that one as Rishabh Pant, and the man on the boundary hasn't got that far to move around to extra cover, but it's beaten him, and that is 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That was 12 off that over, wasn't it? 2 4s?
Yeah, and Rishabh Pant was standing a good foot outside his crease there to try and make it the pace a little bit more quick, the ball on him a little bit quicker from Bhuvi Kumar, and that was good proactive batting by the left-hander. The score is 114 for 4, 49 required from 24 deliveries. Nesta, have you got any tweets or?
Yeah, listen, Nesta's background reminds me of a group video chat the other day. One of my buddies put on the beach background on Zoom, and another friend just turned his laptop round to show a white sandy beach. He was in the Cayman Islands.
Oh. Yeah, right, what was he doing in the Cayman Islands?
Yeah, being a dodgy banker. I was going to say, what are the odds now?
You tell me, Bear.
Well, I'm going to. Delhi are 7 to 4. Sunrisers are 9 to 4 on. So big favourites.
Really?
Yeah.
I was surprised it's quite as much as that. We've got a final over being bowled by Rashid Khan. He bowled 3 overs, 2 for 10 earlier. Brilliant bowling from him. But he's only got 1 more. They would like it if he had another one in the bag as well, I'm sure. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Stoinis. Just tossing ball from hand to hand. Brad Haddin watching on, member of the backroom staff for the Sunrisers, alongside Trevor Bayliss.
And Ricky Ponting was the other side, wasn't he?
Delhi, yeah. He's in, bowls, throws it up. It's a googly, it's stroked through mid-off. The man comes in off the fence by about 30 yards. They'll just take the 1. 115 for 4. Stoinis goes to 5 from 3. 48 required from 23 deliveries.
I wonder how hard they find coaching a team made up of sort of mercenaries, for want of a better term. I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean not like a normal solid team, an international team or a county team. When you've got all these different,
I don't think it'd be that much different, actually.
Punt sweeps. He sweeps this one. Very nicely played, but it's gone quite quickly to the man at deep backward square, so it'll be just a single. 116 for 4. I'm not quite sure what there is for a coach to do, and so many backroom staff in this form of the game, really. I suppose you can talk tactics, and you look at stats, you look at videos of the way that various players play and at what point of the game they do things. I guess you feed that into your players' minds.
I suppose the hard thing is knowing what your players can do.
Rashid bowls, and this is tucked through square leg. Stoinis sets off quickly, looking for the second, but Bhuvi Kumar is in too rapidly for him to really think about that.
I mean, it's funny. I mean, this is like the 3rd or 4th year we watched it, and you really do get the feeling that it's I kind of get the feeling that most of the teams are more about the overseas players than the homegrown players. It's just, you know.
Well, I don't know about that actually, Bear. You say that, but I read an interesting article a few days ago about the failure of RCB in this tournament. I'll come back to that after this ball. Rashid really throws it up. He waits for it and then swings it away, but he's going to be caught. He's going to be caught. Rishabh Pant is caught at deep backward square leg. Rashid Khan has his third wicket, and I suggest that the chances of Delhi pulling this off now have reduced significantly. 117 for 5.
Shit. This is really fucking bad.
No.
Yeah, I thought he'd done quite well there, Rishabh Pant. He went across his stumps and really exposed them, and I thought he was in danger of getting bowled, but he seemed to pick that up from a difficult length, very full length, quite well, but obviously hadn't got quite enough on it, and was caught comfortably. He just gives a bit of treatment to the boundary sponge as he steps over it and takes off his helmet, and it'll be Akshar Patel coming to the wicket, I believe.
Stroke plays diverse and as sweet as a slice of Battenberg. Aksha, because if he can't score runs, then it's the spin that will bring him some wickets.
It's difficult. You've got two batsmen out there who've still to get going. Steiner 6 off 4. Will he face his first ball? No, he won't, because they crossed. So it'll be Stoinis to face. Pant made 28 from 27 deliveries. A couple of big hits in that, but just not enough in terms of pushing the ball around, perhaps. This is the googly, which he plays off his pad down to the man on the 45. And they hurry through for a single. In fact, it is a leg by. 118 for 5. Akshar Patel, yet another left-hander, comes in to face. Decent batsman, never got a 50, but he has got 7 30s. That's the important thing to know. He's got 7 30s, and 30 here would do well. Rashid into him, he goes back and works it away through the vacant mid-wicket area that will send the Bear absolutely apoplectic. They get through for 1. That is the end of Rashid Khan's spell. He came back on, he took another wicket. He's got rid of probably the danger man. And 44 are now required from 18 balls. Yeah, what I was going to say about, you were talking about, it's all about the overseas players. But the suggestion of this article was basically that the RCB had struggled because they'd concentrated far too much on really big names. And we've had big names. There are still big names there. You've got AB de Villiers, you've got Virat Kohli. You used to have Chris Gale. I think also at some point you've had Quinton de Kock. So they've had a lot of really good players, but they've never had a core of Indian players, and that the authors of this article were suggesting is what has served some of the other teams so well.
Yes, no, I agree with that in the terms of the actual player and personnel, but I mean in representation and presentation in terms of to the world, it's about. Of course, you've got to have decent Indian players because half your side, 6 of your players have got to be Indian.
Well, 7. In fact, 7 have got to be.
I thought it was. I thought there were 5 overseas players on.
No,
the
field.
4. Okay. Well, there you go.
7,
so yeah, they're
so
obviously really important. But just the sort of presentational thing, it's kind of like, some of the best bowlers in the world.
Indian players have become stars in their own right.
Yeah,
that's
true.
Start of a new over. This is worked away, fullish length, hit low on the bat. Rashid Khan comes in from long on to field. Akshar Patel gets his second, 120 for 5, 43 required off 17 balls.
But I mean, it's hardly any point in the game where it's not a well-known international cricketer is either batting or bowling.
It's an interesting point, isn't it? Yeah,
that's a selling point, isn't it?
Yeah, but exactly, that's my point.
Absolutely.
It's another thing to add to Hendo's list, but that's the point. But they've got 4 on a side, which means that either, one of the best bowlers in the world is always going to be bowling. Maybe not to the best batsman in the world, but sometimes you'll get the best batsman bowling and the best bowlers in the world bowling at each other, like an international match.
Well, that's it.
But at least one or the other is there. It's either a quality international batsman or there's a quality international bowler, someone who everyone in the world will recognise.
Well, also not just that, but some of the matches that you have, the matchups you have, are just fascinating in their own right. For example, yesterday we had Jasprit Bumrah bowling to Virat Kohli, and you're thinking to yourself, well, they know. Well, obviously Jasprit knows what a brilliant batsman Kohli is, and Kohli knows what a brilliant bowler Jasprit is. How is he going to approach the way that Jasprit bowls, and vice versa? How is Jasprit going to approach how he bowls to someone as good as Kohli? This is worked into the onside. Stoinis coming across his crease, and you're going to hurry back for a second to deep backward square. It went slowly enough that they were able to do that. 122 for 5, 41 required off 16 balls.
And when do you ever get to see Bumrah bowl to Kohli?
Well, that's it. This is it in these games. This is the only time.
Yeah. I mean,
how
much interest would there be in all these things if it was just Indians playing in the IPL? And West
Indians.
Indians.
Be interest, but I think there would be interest, but I think
international there wouldn't be international interest.
There wouldn't. But I think that's true of any of these leagues, isn't it? Tomorrow, for example, we've got.
But it has to be the best in the world, because some of these leagues, like the PSL and the BPL, you kind of get your.
This is a Yorker, but well played by Stoinis into the offside. They'll take a single to the edge of the circle.
You get your lower tier county cricketers who are playing in the BPL.
Yeah, but they're not all massive stars. I mean, look at you look at some of the overseas players here, and they're not. The top class. I mean, you've got someone like Ali Khan, USA player, who's got his first contract. Jason Holder's just been called up, hasn't he, by Sunrisers, I think, to replace Mitchell Marsh. And you'd have thought Jason Holder was amongst the better players in the world. This is driven by the left-handed Patel through mid-off. He'll take a single.
Again, I guess that's the quirk of this kind of auction. Who's in fashion? I mean, I'd have said.
Well, yes, absolutely.
Who's available?
I mean, I'd have had Jason Holder in one of these sides. I mean, he hits a fucking long ball, and he's a decent bowler. It's one of the best.
But then you look at the performances he put in the CPL, and they weren't that impressive. But then he's a guy who's played an enormous amount of cricket over the last year and a half. And you can't always be at your best. And if you happen to, if you have a competition that's a window of 3 or 4 weeks, was it the CPL, something like that? Nothing like as long as the IPL. If you're not in particularly good touch in that period, you just don't perform.
Are all the top players from the big three all involved in the IPL at the moment?
No,
well, I think one of the
big names.
No, not necessarily. I mean,
some people don't put themselves up.
Here comes another delivery, which is picked up off his hip by Stoinis, just dropped short. He's going to hurry back with a second. He's really going to have to go. Bairstow takes the bails off. And of course, we will go upstairs for a PayTM ruling on this.
I think he was back just.
Required. Chris Gaffney is the man upstairs, as they say. And we look at the. It's going to be tight. I think he's going to get there, though. It took Bairstow a while to take the throw, which was on the half volley. Never the easiest thing to do. Take it on the half volley and then move your hands in the other direction to take the bails off. And it is not out. 126 for 5 is the score.
I suppose my point being that if everyone from England, Australia and India, all the top players were available and said they want to play, that the IPL would do their utmost to get them.
Yes and no.
I mean, who's missing? I mean, apart from Stokes, who's not there because is there not there for other
Root's
reasons,
not there. Is Roy's not there? Is he this year?
Roy has pulled out. Roy pulled out. I think he was due to be playing for Delhi Capitals, wasn't he? And Chris Wokes pulled out.
They dodged a bullet there, didn't they, after his form in the summer?
Indeed.
He's
gone right across there. He's been hit on the ankle, and that is clearly out. Stoinis goes LBW for 11. He's tried that just one too many times. Natarajan has taken the wicket, and then a runner, and that is the 6th man down. Is he going? He's going to review it, I think.
No,
he's reviewing it. He's reviewing it. I'm not quite sure why. They've only got one review. It's gone miles across. If that's hit him on the back pad, he's in. No. I don't think he can argue about that one. It's hit him on the front pad. He's barely moved forward, and it's very low down around about the ankle because it's quite a full delivery. He's hit right across the line of it, and I can't see anything saving in there.
No, I can't either. Well, slightest smidgen of an inside edge, possibly. But
I don't think so.
no,
There's nothing
no,
there.
there's nothing there.
That was the other point I was going to make. I was in the middle of making that point, and we moved on, I suppose. But tomorrow we've got the Rajasthan Royals against the Calcutta Knight Riders, which you'll be able to hear here on Guerrilla Cricket. And I mean, that's fascinating from England fans' point of view, because you've got Morgan, you've got potentially Banton, who hasn't played a match yet, but it was picked up by the Knight Riders. Then you've got Jos Buttler, and you've got Jofra Archer playing for the Rajasthan Royals.
And Steve Smith's playing, isn't he?
And Steve Smith. So the matchups tomorrow are absolutely fascinating.
Well, Muttley says he agrees with the Bear. The whole thing is like a massive spectacle of superstars of cricket under the guise of IPL, which, if we're being honest, was only ever brought out to squash the rebel and original ICL.
Yeah, there was an element of that, but I mean, who's to say that the ICL would not have become the IPL had the IPL not come along and stolen their thunder?
There's only one letter.
Exactly, exactly. That is out, by the way. The decision stands, and Stoinis is on his way. It looks like Delhi's Capitals are going to force their first defeat of the season, their third game. They need more than 30 now, isn't it?
Yeah, but I thought he was the last chance, really, to give him a jingle to send him off.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Just looking at a jingle cart. Alex Carey's in the jingle cart. They could have done with him right now. He can lamp a long ball.
Yeah, it's looking like Kikizo Rabada coming to the crease.
Oh well, let's have a jingle.
What's his name? He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killing this bowler. He can sink your oats like the Spanish Armada. No one faster, no one harder. What's his name? What's his name? Tell me, what's his name? KG.
Well, that was the final ball of the 17th over. Sorry, the 18th over. And so Aksa Patel will place the first delivery of the 19th. It's going to be Bhuvi Kumar to continue.
Nitton makes an interesting point.
3 runs per ball effectively needed now. In comes Kumar. Economy of movement, nicely driven by Patel, but straight down to long off. It'll only be a single. And they'll now need 36 from 11. Nestles, did you have a tweet?
Yeah, and Nitton makes an interesting point. He said this ground has caught out a few batsmen. It's really big. Quite a few of those shots would have gone for 6 in India.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay. Yeah. No, that's an interesting point. Yeah. These are the bigger grounds. We know that Sharjah is quite small, but we do have to go on local knowledge there. I don't know how big these grounds are. I've never been to India to watch cricket, sadly.
I imagine I'm surprised they haven't brought the boundaries in to match that kind of shit.
Full toss to Rabada, who lifts it up and over extra cover, and it might go all the way. He split the field there perfectly. Warner coming from one direction, Rashid Khan coming from the other, but neither could get there. And a very good shot, 131 for 6.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I was going to say Archer. He's been hitting 6s for fun here, isn't he? And this is what we were desperate to see for England, and he just doesn't do it for England. Take him to the IPL, and he hits virtually every ball he faces for 6.
Yes. Yeah, well, he's just got to find his feet as a batsman in the England team at the moment. I mean, it may take a while. I'm sure he's going to eventually produce something quite decent. Right up in the block hole, well defended by Rabada, and it slips through the fingers of Kumar, who chases back, and they come through for a single. Rabada goes to 5, 132 for 6, 31 required from 9 balls now. Yeah, I mean, amazing. I mean, I think effectively he pretty much hit 6 sixes in a row, but spread over 2 games.
He hit something like that, yeah.
Very close to that, anyway. Maybe the ball he got out to in the first innings would split those. Kumar down the leg side, that'll be a wide, unquestionably. Very useful as far as Delhi Capitals are concerned. An extra run and an extra ball. Looks to me as if Delhi Capitals will possibly stay top of the division if they lose this. Their net run rate, I guess the net run rate from this game will have to be taken into account, unless that already has been done. That's looking at the table as it's coming up now on the screen. I presume they don't take the net run rate until they finish the game. Right up in the block hole again, Patel digs it out and up to long on. Again, it's just a single. 29 required from 8. And there'll be 3 teams on 4 points. Delhi Capitals, Rajasthan, who could go top tomorrow with victory. The RCB's up there on 4 points, although they played an extra game. And it's the Mumbai Indians and Chennai struggling a little bit. But it looks to me as if Sunrisers are going to get off the mark.
Do they play each team twice? I can't remember.
Yes. Boovie in, bowls a short one. Strange shot from Rabada. It was almost an afterthought. As if he wanted to duck and then thought he really should play a shot and flapped at it a little bit. But it went well over him and through the keeper. There is no run. 134 for 6, 29 required from 8 deliveries. We're almost up at needing 4 per ball.
I mean, again, you know, if you look at the structure, it's what, 14 games per side?
Yep. Driven quite nicely by Rabada. That one was again right up in the block hole. Did well to get it as far as he did. They just take the single, and that is the end of the over. 28 required from the final over. Yes, Bear, what were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say, so you got 14 games per side, only 2 points for a win. It basically keeps everyone in it pretty much until the end, except for the really shit side. You know. Yeah,
well, I mean, this has happened. I mean, when it's come down to the eliminators and the qualifiers, you've had 5 or 6 teams involved, and really not that many have been sort of forced out of the equation. And most of these teams can beat any of the other teams on their day.
That's what I was saying at the beginning.
Because they have all got. You look at all these teams; they have all got some world-class players in them. So
that's what I mean. If you play enough 2020s, it's not going to be too far above 50. If you played the same team over and over again, I imagine there'll be a slight variation of 50%. I mean, it is kind of a toss of a coin if you've got 2 good sides together, because it's just hit and giggle. I mean, everyone's swinging at virtually every ball. One day you get away with it, next day you don't. One day you get away with it, next day you don't. It's 50-50, isn't
it? New over, the final over. Rabada lifts it up and over extra cover, but he's going to be caught. He's going to be dropped by the man at long off coming round to his right. I think that was Manish Pandey again, who was rather fortunate to catch one earlier at the second attempt. This one he's put down. They've raced back for a couple. 5 balls to go, 26 required.
Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
Well, I don't think we're going to see anything in terms of the excitement that we've had for the last couple of days. It's almost back to normality, isn't it? It's back to sort of predictable standard IPL game. He's in again, bowls, driven, through mid-off. Nicely played, but straight to the man coming in off the fence. Just a single to Rabada, goes to 8, 137 for 6. And what are we looking at? We're looking at the Fair Play Award. I don't know on what basis points are awarded for fair play. But at the moment, tonight's Super Kings are topping it.
Upholding the spirit of the game.
Yeah, but in what?
Who's doing that? It's pretty fucking subjective.
Ways.
And then they show Warner
points each. So unless they do something terrible,
there's no sandpaper.
Axel Patel down the face. Khalil is in once more, bowls, and he's bowled as he swings across the line, looking to put that over into wicket. The wicket goes, and Khalil Ahmed has his man 1 for 34, 138%.
Well, Josie Oakes says super over. I don't think so.
No.
Daniel Keevy likes the KG jingle.
It's good.
It's good, isn't it? Yeah, it's good. That's Men with Ven. Fantastic jingler.
You're disappearing into the dark, Hendo.
Oh, I am a bit. Yeah, well, it is getting a bit dark in here, I have to say. Well, there's only a couple of balls to go, so you can bear with me in the dark. You'll still see the grey of my beard sort of shimmering away.
I thought you were going to shave it off.
Yeah, but shaving it takes a long while, doesn't it?
It does.
No, just get some clippers on it.
No, I haven't got any clippers, you see.
It still takes the time.
Take 5 minutes.
I might just get some scissors out and just, maraud my way.
I think you just carry on growing it, Hendo. Come on.
Well, I am quite keen to get it as long as
that's what happens. That's what happens. Once you start going, you go, fuck it, I'm just going to try growing it. Look what's happened to
see how long it can go. Exactly. Absolutely. There's a sort of challenge in it, isn't there? 25 required from 3 balls. Anrik Norkia has come to the crease. Not that he can do much about the situation.
Heave a couple of sixes.
Khalil is in, bowls to him. He has a big swipe at this one outside the off stump. Makes no contact, goes through to Bairstow. And there is no run. We said it from the outset. This was a difficult pitch to score runs on, possibly only due to Bairstow sticking with it, and to Kane Williamson batting extremely well when he came to the crease. Did Sunrisers get up as high as 162 runs, and it's been well out of the reach, I think, pretty much through this innings for Delhi. He's in again. He carts this one high over extra cover, and well, it's Rashid Khan, is it? It's just pulled in. No, that's Rashid Khan doing the follow-up fielding.
It's almost like he couldn't be bothered to try and catch that.
Well, he didn't need to, did he? He didn't need to. But I mean, I don't think he would have got round there anyway. It's a good piece of fielding.
I think he was trying to intimate to Rashid Khan, come on, I'm going to have to bat this in. Come and pick it up.
Yeah.
And Rashid Khan wasn't.
Yeah, don't make me get up and have to then throw it in as well. I've done my bit. One ball to go. A rather pensive-looking Ricky Ponting. He's going to have to go and, I guess, bash elbows with Trevor Bayliss in a minute. The final ball, 22 required, into Rabada. Rabada drives up, and that's gone a long way. That's a hell of a shot, actually. I think it has gone. He finishes in style over extra cover for 6, but it's not enough. Sunrisers get on the board. They possibly get off the bottom of the table. They've got 2 points. They've won by 15 runs. It hasn't had the excitement that we've had for the last couple of days, but I guess when you've had that, you do need to just calm down for a little while. Otherwise, expectations get completely out of control. Good performance by the Sunrisers with bat and ball. It wasn't a great watch in terms of a match, but there were some good skills on show.
Indeed.
Would we say, chaps?
That's about all you can say, Hendo. It was a T20. It was a
T20.
A lot of bashing, a lot of swishing.
And there's 47 more of them to come.
And
we will
we're
be
not
back
doing
with
all
one
of
of them tomorrow, when I believe Tony is in the chair. You'll have the Bear is back, Nestlers is back, Andy Ward is with you. I'm not sure if you've got anyone else. I think that's about it.
Oh.
And maybe the odd person that I've forgotten. I do tend to forget people quite easily.
They're all very odd.
Yeah, very odd indeed. The Sunrisers having a little, I don't know, bonding session out there in the middle with Warner saying a few words, and then Boovie saying a few words as well. And off they wander.
I want to know where Nestlers is going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, where are you going to be, Nestlers? Which particular part of far-flung part of the planet are you going to go to?
We shall see. Tune in to find out.
Yeah, exactly.
Tune in to find out where Nestle Boy will be, where in the world he will be. Have we got any final tweets?
There's a couple. Let's have a look. Leo says, Mumbai never show up in the first half of the tournament, Hendo. I'm not worried yet, and I won't be as long as CSK don't look like making the playoffs. Nitin Bajaj says, SRH winning ugly. Kane is my man of the match.
Yep.
Also says that the Fair Play Award, such as it is adjudicated by the umpires.
Oh, really?
And he also says, along with Muttley, thanks for the coverage. See you tomorrow. There you go.
Yeah, well, you'll see some of us tomorrow. We'll see some of you tomorrow. Or hopefully all of you tomorrow, and other people besides. That's it from Guerrilla Cricket today. A 15-run win for the Sunrisers. Little Davey Warner gets off the mark with a couple of points. Tomorrow it's a contest of the English folk with Jofra Archer and Joss Butler taking on Owen Morgan, possibly Tom Banton. Of course, Steve Smith's in there somewhere.
I'd like to see
so
Tom Banton
join
play.
us at 2:50 tomorrow for game number 12 in this year's IPL. Thank you very much for joining us today. Good night.
Bye.
Look early.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine,
Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much